Bum 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 bum. All right, we're gonna try this. Let's hope the stream actually works today. This is what we're hoping for, right? We're hoping. That's what we're hoping, at the very least, is that this all goes according to plan. Let's see if it does. Let's see if it does. Big prayers across the board to make sure that we don't have any issues with stream today. That's what we're looking for. 0 issues with stream today. Oh, we live? Yeah, we're live. Think it's fixed. I messed around with a couple other things off stream to see if that helps at all. We'll find out. We'll find out. Early for once. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Welcome back. Give everybody some time to file in. Delicious agua. Delicious agua. The real question is, will we have stream issues again? I mean, we're gonna find out. I mean, we'll find out within about like half hour. I think that's usually how long, that's how long it took before we started having problems yesterday. So, the benefit is that today, you know, stream is on a different video on YouTube. So that should help for one. 2, I changed the bit rate. And I actually lowered the bit rate, so that hopefully that'll help it out a little bit. It might end up kind of, you know, not being great for certain video stuff or whatever, but I would imagine having an actual connection and being able to continue to watch and hear me is better than anything else, right? So let's just hope we don't run into any issues. I think for the most part we should be okay. Yeah, I feel relatively confident. I feel relatively confident that everything will go just fine. So, So I had an epiphany last night. An epiphany. Okay. I was in my normal meditations, and like sometimes I just have these like brainstorming sessions. It's nothing actually crazy. I just kind of sit and think for a while. I think more people need to take time to do that every once in a while. Just sit and think, no distractions, just chill and think to yourself. And something, and the funny thing is that this actually kind of comes up. This actually kind of came up recently in the Discord. Not kind of came up, it did come up. Somebody new to the Discord popped in. They weren't really happy with the way that I was discussing something a while ago, which is a clip of mine. And I actually want to use it to start a conversation, because I think it's actually a really interesting conversation to have. And I'm open to criticism on this, because I think it's a worthwhile discussion. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Shorts. Here it is. Okay. So it was this short right here. It was a short, right? Which these are usually out of context anyway, so I'm gonna add a little bit more context, and I think it's actually a really important conversation anyway. Let me mute this real quick. Let's read this real quick. Where's the volume on this? The Veil Guard. Good lord, that's way too loud. Let's read this real quick. Dragon Age: The Veilguard is the latest installment in Dragon Age series of BioWare, and every companion is pansexual. Customization allows players to choose their pronouns: he, him, she, her, they, them. This is sure to be controversial, but at a certain point, we need to stop bickering about every little thing. Fuck, this frustrates me so much. We just assumed that a game of choice would have choice. It doesn't need to immediately start to shield itself from criticism by throwing up fucking virtue signaling. And the best part is that just recently, Paul Tossi put out an article talking about how there is alleged activism in journalism. And it ain't alleged, it's quite literally sitting in front of me when I read these articles. Let's read this. Okay, so the point is that what I'm bringing up in this video is that one of the things that disgusts me in general is the fact that a lot of times these games journalists will write articles and they'll fabricate controversy out of nowhere for the sake of controversy, right? It's what they want. They want to try to drum up people and get people angry. And even if, like, because here's the thing, people weren't even talking about this kind of stuff to begin with. And I brought it up in another video that had nothing to do with the Veilguard, but I brought the Veilguard up in it. And in that, you know, I was talking actually about this article where, you know, this only becomes an issue if the game is bad. But if you know, and you look back and you see Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Gate 3 had full expression of self in the game. You could be whatever you want. You could choose whatever you want. You could play it however you want. And there was nobody was upset about it. Nobody was upset about it. So where was the controversy there? Well, there wasn't any controversy because the game was good. The problem is that when a game is bad and you spend all of your time, the journalists, the media, even the developers, they spend all their time virtue signaling over the game rather than making sure that the game is good. Well, then it's going to become a focal point for the audiences. So you're going to attract that negative audience and that negative discourse because of the way that you portray it. So what I want to say is this. Last night, I was chilling. Just chilling, right? And I ended up rewatching that clip because I saw a bunch of people that were talking about that old, not IGN, G4 TV clip, right? Where G4 TV is just saying some blatantly racist shit on old X-Play shows and stuff like that. And I came to the realization that back in the early 2000s, you know, if you're old enough, back in the early 2000s, late 90s, up until really maybe like 10, 15 years ago at most, every bit of media negatively portrayed video game players. No social skills, weird. You know, you go as far back as just like how nerd culture has been portrayed in movies and TV shows for years. And like, they were the reasons why people looked down on those folks, why those people were bullied. It literally was the fucking media the entire time. And it's the exact same thing that's happening right here. They look at those that are disadvantaged. They use them as a prop for them to be able to farm clicks, farm views, farm whatever the fuck they want, and then use that as a way to be able to make money. Because at the end of the day, these conversations that this person is having right here in this article are probably not the conversations like folks that identify in whatever way, it doesn't really matter. It's probably not even a conversation that these people even want to be having in the first place. Geek/nerd bad. Yes. Yes, they did it for years. It was everywhere in media. And it took years to be able to back out of that kind of stuff. And I see it as the exact same way. Because at the same, like, these developers that are making games, especially when you're looking at like how tokenized some of these characters are. As an example, go look at that Dustborn game, right? I watched some of the gameplay of it. That is one of the most offensive things I've ever seen. Not offensive as somebody that it's apparently trying to make fun of. No, offensive for the people that it's trying to represent. They're leveraging and using people's identities as fucking profit, and it's disgusting. And it's the reason why a lot of the hate and a lot of the discourse is around in the first place. That's all it is. It's one of the reasons why I bring it up. It's one of the reasons why I talk about it, and it's one of the reasons why I talk about it the way that I do. Never, not a single time, not once will I ever chastise someone for the way that they want to live their life. Never. However, I will chastise the media as well as journalism, anybody, honestly, that wants to try to use that for profit. Because that's all it is. They don't fucking care about you. They don't care. It's obvious in the way that they write. It's obvious in the way that they represent you. Or present you in more way, because they're not representing you, they're presenting you to the people, right? Like, I'm going to call that stuff out. Especially when you're talking about a marginalized group of people, a minority group of people, and the way that you're portraying them in front of wider audiences that obviously are not that group of people. Kind of goes without saying. Yeah, we were the butt of the joke for so many years. Yeah, and see how that changed when more people got into video games? If you go back and you look at like the old Game Awards, old Game Awards, Spike TV. Was it Spike? I think it was Spike, right? Like, it's so cringe.
Right, you are. I like the shiny clothes.
It's so cringe. The worst part is that it's not even like I was thinking about it the other night, and I was looking at that G4 TV clip, and I'm like, it would be different if it was like edgy but funny. But it's not even edgy but funny. It's just like it's just bad. It's just trashy and bad.
Stuff in her pants.
And by the way, this isn't gamer culture that made this. This is the media and their portrayal. Video game guys only want to see hot chicks because they're all probably virgins. And then we're going to show video games and we're going to show a bunch of other shit. And while like teenage boys at the time are probably going to be able to like vibe with that. Also at the exact, which I mean, I'm not going to lie. When I was a teenage boy, of course I was like, oh yeah, this is great. Because I only had like 2 brain cells, right? My brain cells they weren't even there yet. They weren't even born. I didn't even come into existence. But the problem is that like this portrayal that they made.
You're right.
Like the way that they portrayed like video game players and what video game players were interested in. Like they did. This is for adults. This is for dudes in college. This is for people past then. And then like this stigma stayed. This stigma stayed. It didn't go anywhere. And now it's happening again, but now instead it's happening again to like fucking, but instead of gamers, now the media has taken the media has grabbed like minorities and like LGBTQ issues and stuff like that. Like now that's what they're using instead. It's so terrible, dude. It's so atrocious. Frontal lobe was still developing? Yeah. I don't even think I even had a brain at all. I'm pretty sure I was just on autopilot. I wasn't moved by vaginas. Yeah. They treat men like idiots with that kind of thinking, which by the way, which like what also like during that time and even still now is relatively, is like a relatively popular terminology. Like back then, like that was the whole thing, right? That was the whole thing. Like how stupid men were, how simple men are, right? And like and again, this is male media apparently that was portraying them in that way in the first place. So it's like, you go and you look back at it and then you look to see the way that things have changed now and where they've positioned things. And now it's like, it's all like right versus left and like gays versus straights. And it's so weird, dude. It's so weird. Because like from my perspective, and maybe I'm sheltered. I don't know. I don't think so. I've traveled across the entire country. I worked in construction for 6-7 years. I've worked with all kinds of people from different backgrounds, races, nationalities, everything. I've met and worked with people from around the world. I've lived in places. I've lived anywhere from like really nice areas to straight up hoods. But I haven't seen what's reflected in the media in real life. I never have. Never have. And I mean, but that's what their job is, right? Is to take something very small and blow it up into something massive. So yeah. Dividing and conquering. Yeah, might be a little bit of that. Yeah, no politics. Yeah, no. We steer clear of those conversations for the most part. I try to, at the very least. I'll be honest, because like somebody had asked about it before, like, don't you think it's like worthwhile to have those conversations? No, not really, because I don't like, because the thing is that like, would you guys really want me to talk about politics and things like that when I just genuinely don't give a fuck about them to begin with? I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't interest me at all. I have zero interest in it, and I would rather just talk about things that I'm interested in. Because at least then you're going to actually like get my genuine opinion on things. You know what I mean? Rather than it be something that's, disingenuous. I'd rather be genuine. So, let's see here. This isn't a socio-political commentary channel. That's not why I tune in. Yeah, exactly. But like people still want you to, like, they want to know what you represent regardless, because like it justifies the way that they think about things and stuff, I guess. Leave that. We talked about that yesterday. What is this? Yeah, a cannibal incest game made by one person was played more than a AAA game made by Sony. I haven't played that. I've heard it's actually really good. The Coffin of Andrew and Laylee. I've heard it's like actually like a really good game. We talked about that yesterday. Bro. So okay, so one, this is sick, right? Hold on, let me bring this up real quick. Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't switch screens. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about politics. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's just not a worthwhile discussion. Yeah, not a worthwhile discussion. Fucking boring. It's boring content to me. I wouldn't watch it myself. I mean, I'll watch some people sometimes just to hear some... You know what it is? I actually will sometimes watch people talk about politics because I like to watch people debate, because I like to see how people's like brains work more than anything else. It has nothing to do with the actual politics itself. I like to listen to the conversations. What's my favorite Castlevania? I would probably say Symphony of the Night. Order of Ecclesia. I mean, here to think, like, there's so many, like, I cannot believe that they just like stopped in, like, just completely walked away from Castlevania the way that they did. They tried to bring, what's crazy to me is that they tried to bring Castlevania to like 3D, and it kind of worked in some cases. Like a couple of the games weren't too bad, but like with how popular today like roguelites and like side scrollers still are, like indie ones, think about how much money they could be fucking farming right now. Farming. And they're just not making them. I've actually never played a Castlevania game. You are missing out. You're missing out. Their stories are cool. The combat is great. The exploration and puzzle solving is awesome. They're just great. They're great. You know his game mechanics I like the most? I really liked Order of Ecclesia. Yeah, I really did. I really, really did. Yeah. Plus, on top of that, her character design was fucking hot. I didn't like Portrait of Ruin. I thought it was a cool mechanic, like the two character mechanic. But actually, to be honest with you, you know what my favorite Castlevania is? And if that motherfucker was on Steam, which I don't think it is. Don't make me eat my words here. Castle. No, it's not. It's not. My favorite Castlevania is Harmony of Despair. The multiplayer one. It was so good. It was so good. It was so much fun playing with friends, farming for like Valman Way +1 and stuff like that. I think I had it on 360. Yeah. Dawn of Sorrow was really good too. I liked Soma's mechanics.
What do you are game of the year is Wukong there?
I got Jesus Christ. What's your game of the year? Is Wukong there for game of the year? Thank you for the $2, by the way. Yeah, I'd actually probably say it would be. Like originally it was Helldivers 2, and I thought it was going to be that, but I'm gonna have to kind of like, in the moment that Helldivers 2 came out, it still would be my number one. But I can't count Elden Ring DLC because that's a DLC. Nightwolf, thank you for the membership. I appreciate that. I don't know, man. Yeah, I would imagine it'd probably be. For now, it is. What we still have a couple games that are still coming out before the end of the year, right? We still have Stalker. We still have 40K, Space Marines. So I'm not gonna lock myself in just yet. Not gonna lock myself in just yet. Here's a fun question. Did LD play any of 1.0 Core Keeper last night? I did not play Core Keeper last night. I did not. No. I ate and pretty much went to bed. I didn't really do a whole lot. Because we streamed so late yesterday. Just because we had so many problems with stream. Haunted Castle. I never played this one. Is this Super Nintendo? 4 games with all new enhanced features. Multiple screens, how they're displayed. Being able to have the map on screen is actually pretty useful, to be honest. Quick save. Nice. So anyway, I wanted to show you guys this because this is really, really funny. This is IGN. IGN writes, the Castlevania Dominus Collection brings 3 classic Metroidvania games. I don't know if this just shows like the age of whoever their Twitter poster is, or if they don't understand where this part of Metroidvania came from. Three classic Metroidvania games. I didn't know that Castlevania was a Metroidvania game. Probably never played any of it. Yeah, obviously, full circle. Yeah, I guess. I swear I'm not old. I'm just sitting here and I'm like, why would you write that? Why would you put? No, it's not a Metroid. It's just Castlevania. It's the game that inspired all the Metroidvania games. What are you talking about? So goofy. What is this? We're all good guys. Finally, my fantasy of killing everyone who's not arrived. Oh, who isn't? Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, people have been. This game, I actually, part of me was like the other day wanting to play it to see what it is, because like I've only watched clips and the clips that I've watched are just horrid. But I don't think I can bring myself to do it. At one point I was like, maybe I would just for the fucking memes, but I don't think it's worth it. It's not worth the negative press. It's not worth the negative press. I want to apologize for being a Norwegian. Is that where it came from? Was it a Norwegian developer that made it? Oh, man. Oh, dude.
ODST, as many would call it. Which is pretty awesome. Oh, follow me, come here. That right there. Oh, yeah. Looking wonderful. As soon as we get it, we're gonna drive back to my place. We're gonna grab controllers and we're gonna play Firefight. God damn, I say Firefight every time. For those of you who couldn't afford Guitar Hero or an Xbox 360, they just came out again with your favorite artists.
Oh my god.
Daft Punk.
That thing sold like shit, by the way. So I worked at GameStop at this time, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was working at GameStop at this time. These midnight launches were so much fun, dude. They were so much fun. There was one night where, like, so I don't know, like, I always really wanted to, I always really, like, I was one of those people that anytime I got a job, one of the first things that I wanted to do was I always wanted to, I get a new job, I want to get promoted. Like, I wanted to move up. That's just what I wanted to do. I was always driven to want to move up. And I knew that, like, store managers actually get a cut of pre-orders. Like, they got a little bit of kickback for that kind of stuff, right? And store managers also get to play games early, which is something else that I was really interested in doing. I wanted to play games early. And I would do whatever I could. And the problem is that, like, I was very good at sales. Very good at sales. I don't know if you guys could figure out how that is, but yeah. And I would just get, like, I try to get people as hyped up as possible. I remember there was, like, one day, and I can't remember what it was, but, like, some dude came in and he was, like, pre-ordering. I don't remember what he was pre-ordering something that, like, wasn't Halo 3. And I was mind blown. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, you're not gonna pre-order Halo 3? So I'm, like, shaming him in front of, like, the entire crowd, and he's like, yeah, no, you know, I'll buy it after, you know, I'll buy it after it comes out. And I'm like, I just, like, grabbed, like, a little stepladder next to me, and, like, I threw it across the room. And I was like, what? And then he pre-ordered it.
Here or an Xbox 360, they just came out again with your favorite artists. Eminem, Daft Punk.
Which, by the way, to finish that story, I was like, I threw the stepladder, and the dude pre-ordered it, and he's like, all right, man, all right, you sold me, I see how passionate you are about it. It must be that it's gonna be a really good game. I'm gonna go ahead and get it. I want to say, like, a month or so later, I'm standing there, and that guy comes back in. Halo 3 had already came out, right? He played the game, he came back in. He's like, hey, I just want to say that was one of the best games I ever played. Thank you for making sure that I got it, you know, as soon as I could. And I'm like, no problem, man, no problem. And he's like, you know, he's just, like, walking around the store, you know, checking his stuff out or whatever, like, looking for other things that he wants to buy. And around that time, I ended up running into some trouble at work. It's not trouble. Basically, what it is that like I finally got the opportunity to get a promotion to get up to like a assistant manager, but it wouldn't have been for my store. It was going to be for a store like one town over. And when I went, I went through the interview process and everything like that. Dude's like, "Hey, you're one of the best. You're one of the best salespeople we have in the entire district. I hear a lot of great things from your store. Yada yada yada. Your record is sterling. You show up for work. You do this. You do that. Everything is there." And I'm like, "Yep." And he's like, "Yeah, man." He's like, "You're probably the most promising candidate that we have." And I'm like, "Okay." And he's like, "So, I'll give you a call in a few days and we'll see where this goes." And I was like, "All right." I thought I nailed it. I leave 2 days later. I get a call telling them that they decided to go in a different direction. And then I find out that the store manager ended up hiring his nephew to be the assistant manager. Sorry, not the store manager. The area or district manager hired his nephew for it, which is not the first time that district manager has done that at another store where he hired another family member to take another position. Nepotism, correct. So it wasn't about ability. This guy never worked in sales, never even had a job in sales before. Had just graduated college at the time, and he just immediately gave the dude a job. And I was pissed. I was fucking mad because I felt betrayed, dude. Like I worked for the store for a couple of years. I think I had like maybe just turned like 18 at the time or something like that. So like, I felt like I was coming up, baby, trying to make it happen, trying to shake and bake, no dice. And I was complaining about it. And that dude that I ended up getting to pre-order Halo 3 or Halo ODST, it was one of the two, something like that. He came back over, and he's an older guy, not like older, but he was like probably in his like, I don't know, late 30s or something like that. And he's like, "Hey, maybe you should work somewhere where they could appreciate somebody like you." And I was like, "Oh yeah." And he owned a chain of like cell phone shops, and I went to work for that guy, and I like doubled the amount of money that I made. Obviously, that job ended up being fucking horrible and stressful as shit. It was never as cool as working at GameStop, but it made a lot more money and got me to be like move out on my own and all that good stuff. But it was one of those things where it's like that dude that saw me fucking throw a ladder across the room was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna hire you." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." Sure enough, yeah, I ended up working for him.
For that Queen, 50 Cent, David Bowie, The Killers.
Chief. Back when pre-order bonuses actually meant something. That's the other thing that's really upsetting about seeing this stuff, is that this is when we used to pre-order stuff when we'd actually get something for pre-ordering it. It's not us getting access to content that was locked away from us and we're just removing this artificial barrier for us to be able to access content that's already there in the first place. No. No, what's happening is like we get like t-shirts and keychains. Oh yeah, the fucking trip pants. The fucking trip pants with the straps on them. When people would buy suspenders and just wear them around their waist. The affliction shirts. You know what's really funny? For like 2 seconds, I got tripped up because I was like, when I saw the dude behind the counter that looked like this, I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, wait, is this my store? Is this me? Is this my store? It's not. But my hair did look exactly like that.
Thanks for kidding. I got Cyrus. Is that mine? Sorry. No, can I leave? Yep.
Man. Going home with the boys.
Wow, that figures. Oh.
Okay, that's definitely not where my store was. I was about to say, I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, even the parking lot looked kind of familiar for a second. Oh, shit. Is everybody coming over for a LAN party? Fuck. Oh, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Those are the fucking best times ever. Oh, those are the best times ever. My favorite line about early access is from Asmongold. You're buying to play it on time. Everybody else is buying it 3 days late. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. LAN parties were so much fun. Yeah, I remember when I first, because I didn't get into Halo like immediately. I wasn't an Xbox guy. I was a PlayStation guy, and I remember when I first worked at GameStop. Or no, I was working at Hollywood Video. That's what it was. I was working at a video store. And I ended up hanging out with the guys from GameStop or Game Crazy. It was one of the two. And they invited me over to their house. And the dude had a theater in his downstairs basement. His parents had a theater, right? Like the projector screen and all that stuff. And he's like, you ever played Halo? And I'm like, no. And it's the four of us. And he's like, oh, dude, you're going to love this. He puts in like the first Halo, Combat Evolved. And we played on this big projector in his basement, and they had surround sound, and it was like the greatest experience ever. After that, I was going over to this dude's house like every weekend, and there would be a ton of us like playing Halo. He'd have it up on the projector. There, and other people would have like a TV over on the side. We'd be doing LAN parties and playing it. It was so great. It was so much fun. Fucking juiced up on Mountain Dew Code Red. Remember when digital sales was supposed to be cheaper and the physical? That was like the whole thing. That was like back when they first started talking about doing digital sales. It was supposed to be around that. That was supposed to be the whole idea. Is that like, oh, when they go digital, games are going to get cheaper. This is going to be sick. We're going to be able to get so many more games. I'm going to be able to buy more games and things like that. It's funny how like even though they got like that's one of the crazy things is that like. Video games had cut they basically today they've almost completely cut out the manufacturing part of making video games, like packaging, printing, burning the discs, distribution. We're talking millions and millions of dollars that have been completely cut out of their budget, but for some odd reason stuff is still going up. And you still have people that are saying that games need to be even more expensive than what they are. It's crazy. Cyberpunk 2 is officially in planning, according to the CD Projekt Red CFO. Yeah, everybody pretty much already knew that this was coming in the first place. I'm looking forward to it. The funny thing is that like with how great Cyberpunk 2077 is now in its current form, like what are you gonna do? What more are you gonna do? I don't even think they need to like you don't even need to mess with the graphics. Keep the fidelity where it's at. Expand upon like class and player expression. And the only other thing that I'd probably say I'd want to see more of is like more of a city that I can live in. More of a city that I can live in. They want to change engines? Why? It's being led by the US-based branch of CDPR, and I'm worried about the cultural issues affecting the game. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's concerning. That's very concerning. More of a life experience? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I would like to see more games that have stuff like that. More of like a world that you can live in, right? Like, I wouldn't mind having like the opportunity to slow those games down a little bit if I want to. If I just want to bum rush and it's not like side questing and main questing. Like, I want to make like living in these worlds part of the side quest, if that makes any sense. I'm not sure if you could ever really beat Cyberpunk 2.0. It's the closest thing to a perfect game. It is really good. It is really, really good. New. Wrote about Chinese nationalists and gamergaters likely got together to push out massive sales of an ultimately mediocre game, Black Myth Wukong. I also dived into the IGN report from last year and verified the translations myself. They won't let this go. They won't let it go. Like what? Like, you know what the funny part is? You know what the best part about this is? Is that like the fucking, the more these people push around, the more they start to look like conspiracy theorists. This is the most unapologetic rage bait. Like, who is this person? Inverse gaming editor, bylines at New York Times, Washington Post, and CNN. This is unreal. I'm gonna take a wild guess, by the way. This is just a wild guess. I'll put $10 on it. I'll put, let's see. Well, I'll put gifted subs. I'll put, like, I don't know. I'll do 5 gifted subs on 5 gifted subs. 5 gifted subs. The IGN stuff isn't even translated. Because they said that they translated it. So I'm really hoping that they actually have it here so we can actually read it. Black Myth Wukong isn't even good, but that won't stop the Chinese nationalists and anti-woke sales. 10 million. This is where brain rot comes in, right? So you guys actually think that there are that many like coordinated people that you could push 10 million sales in a few days? This is what I'm talking about when you see people that believe that like isolated issues online are actually like rampant in real life. And it's just, remember, like the Concord video. In the Concord video, one of the things that I brought up in my Concord video was that I believe that a lot of these folks that are writing articles, as well as game developers, believe that what happens on the internet is happening in real life, and the amount that they see it is actually like the amount of like how important it is and how common it is in real life. And it's not true. It's not true. Black Myth Wukong isn't even good. Okay, we talked about that. In Black Myth Wukong, after I crushed the nasty snake boss. Oh, the guy. Yeah. The game's heroic monkey protagonist triumphantly marched to the temple gates only to find another boss. Is that like a bad thing? I warily trounced this boss too, but what I wanted was new characters to chat with, or a nice spot to lay my head. Perhaps it's in the next chapter. No shot. I want you're asking for a completely different game. No shot. I walked forward out of the temple to another full area of aggressive beasts and visually appealing swaths of barren land. After 10 years of game development, Chinese developer Game Science's Black Myth Wukong has had a viral reception, a Tencent minority investment. See, this is that shit that I'm talking about. What the fuck is wrong with you? What? That means that they don't have any influence. You just throw that in there to try to do your best to be able to make it where you can, like, you're just trying to besmirch the name of the game and the name of the studio. They're owned by Tencent, by the way. Which, they don't want to leave this in there. They just want to say minority investment rather than saying what it actually is. They are 5%. 5% owned by Tencent. I couldn't help but think of how many how gamers over the years would have complained if Elden Ring or Diablo 4 contained such a sparse amount of content. They did. Would have complained about Diablo 4. They did complain about Diablo 4. Wukong. How fucking disconnected are you? What is this? I'm gonna farm this. I'm gonna make a video on this. I hope you guys know that. This is way too easy. Holy shit. Wukong's world feels empty and devoid of life. If that sounds familiar, I'm echoing what some of the players said about Starfield last year, another 60-hour RPG saga, which ironically had loads more side quests and was, in fact, much livelier than the internet would like you to believe. Is this a Starfield stan? What the fuck? Why are you comparing Starfield to Black Myth Wukong? What? Judged by its own merit. So now you're going to judge it by its own merit before when you didn't want to judge it by its own merit. That makes a lot of sense. Judged by its own merit, cultural and political context aside, Black Myth Wukong isn't a particularly inventive game, even if the boss fights are very fun. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Not every game has to reinvent the wheel. The environments feel stale and small when you realize that most doors stay glued shut. This is true for almost any other linear action game, which is what this game is. It's a linear action game with semi-open world areas. And actually, the game has a lot to explore, so trying to say that it feels small is kind of a weird thing to say. When I ran through the outer limits of each biome, I found in the desert terrain there was nothing to do. In between big bosses, the game doesn't offer you any chance to In between big bosses, the game doesn't offer you any chance to reflect, rest, or enjoy the scenery. Society. To calming music, seeing the jaw-droppingly gorgeous this game is. However, ever so often I would find these lookout points where you would go to sit and meditate, listen to calming music, seeing the masterpiece that is this game's world design, and being rewarded with a talent point upon completion. I'll be real, I don't really normally like this kind of thing. I see it as a waste of time. However, in a game like this, after fighting countless enemies, sweating it out on bosses, these meditation points facilitated making this game feel more like an experience rather than a game. It gave me the time that I needed, a moment to drink it in, refocus, and venture forth. I loved it. Blatant fucking lie. Blatant fucking lie. The game doesn't offer you any chance to reflect, rest, or enjoy the scenery. Really. That's crazy. So thank you for not actually ever playing the game and just wanting to talk shit about it in your fucking clickbait-ass article. Instead, it merely pushes you to the next stage. The assets for the land repeat. No, they don't. It's almost always you're trudging through a maze. That's not true. Certain areas can feel like a maze, though. It just kind of depends on where you are. I would definitely probably say that for like, there's like certain sections in like Act 2 and Act 3 for sure that I could definitely see that. And for non-Chinese speakers, is a common refrain is that the narrative and rough translation are confusing. I don't really think they're that bad. There's sometimes they're not. Sometimes it kind of goes back and forth. I recommend turning on Chinese dialogue for more flavor and ambiance. But even then, it sounds like one guy is acting out all the voices. That's not true. Especially because you're not even talking about the women that are in the game that apparently you guys don't believe that exist. if Black Myth Wukong isn't as good as reviews say, it currently got an 81% on Metacritic, while Steam reviews are a 10 out of 10. The game is behind then what's behind the title's astronomical success? I'm sorry, but an 81 is actually a really good fucking score. And games that usually get 81s typically do really well in sales. Any 80 or higher, you're going to end up 80 or higher, you're going to end up doing just fine. Months before the game's launch, it had already drummed up online furor that it would eventually translate into Steam sales. And some of the self-proclaimed gamergators even suspect it's part of a Chinese... holy shit. And some self-proclaimed gamergators even suspect it's part of a Chinese nationalism, and part of the hype is driven up by the side of the internet that hates diversity and inclusion. This unholy combination is combined to inadvertently reveal a new path to success for edgy but ultimately mediocre video games. Who are these self-proclaimed gamergators? Your source is a fucking Reddit post from Kotaku in action with 24 upvotes. How do these people have any fucking self-respect? This is what I was talking about earlier. These are the people that are taking advantage of folks that are disadvantaged, taking advantage of folks that are fucking, you know, in minority classes, and they're using them as a prop to be able to get clicks and make money. They have no fucking reputation. They don't do any fucking research. They don't think before they even write in the first place. They don't even play the fucking game. How do they get a job? I don't know, because they're probably hired by somebody that did the exact same thing. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. So your whole article is written off the base that you think that the reason why Black Myth Wukong is so popular is because of the fact that it's Chinese nationalists and gamergators, and your position is built off of a fucking Reddit post with 24 upvotes? What the fuck? That's like, look, YouTubers can reach, okay? I'll say it. We can reach. This isn't even reaching. This is going miles. This is going miles. The whole point of the article is to be rage bait, I guess. But this is the point, though. This is the thing that I'm trying. This is the whole thing that I'm trying to say, man. Is that like, it makes me feel bad for marginalized people, because these are the folks that are representing them. These are the folks that are causing issues. These are the folks that are pissing off people and getting them all fired up and getting them to come after folks and getting them to talk about this kind of stuff and getting them to believe that, like, it's so bad, dude. It's so bad. Last year, IGN published a report about the studio that are being plagued of claims of sexism, a piece that was written and critiqued by online users, which said that the evidence of sexism was merely vulgarity. Okay, so they watched my video. The evidence cited included social media posts that likened the game likened the game to being developed to the birthing of a child and the creator's excitement to sporting an erection. Inverse confirmed the translations independently. The logo for Game Science. So you... Oh. So you're not even going to post your translations. Of course. Of course you fucking wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't post your translations. Or even... or yet again, not even represent them in the right way either. The creator's excitement to sporting an erection. That's not even... That doesn't even have anything to do with even the bad translation. That doesn't even have anything to do with the bad translation. Like this is a bad translation of the original bad translation. Inverse confirmed the translations independently. Oh, okay, that sounds good. The logo for Game Science was also noted by Chinese content creators for its resemblance to sperm. What does that have to do with anything? I mean, yeah, I mean, if you look at it, yeah, you could definitely see it. But at the same time, like, yeah, I'm not going to say I can't see it, but also, like, who gives a fuck? And, like, what is the point? The reality is that IGN's report likely did not dissuade Chinese gamers from supporting Black Myth Wukong very much, obviously. As it described an internet culture many are familiar and comfortable with. In fact, the controversy may have boosted sales by raising awareness of the game. Once upon a time, coming forward with cultural complaints about a piece of media that might facilitate healthy discussions or a smarter consumption a few years ago, but in today's climate, it's more likely to trigger angry factions online and fuel sales of an otherwise ordinary product. It's possible a similar phenomenon happened to PlayStation's Stellar Blade. These folks are seething. Where a series of articles about misogyny and objectification contained in the game ultimately work to drive engagement. I mean, the game just like people are just gonna buy what they fucking want to buy, dude. Where were your articles? Here's the funny thing is that y'all used to say the exact same thing about Bayonetta, and you said the exact same thing about Nier Automata before it came out. Now you same motherfuckers will go back and start writing articles talking about how revolutionary Bayonetta and Nier Automata are. So there it is. We told you not to get it and you got it anyway. How dare you? Yes. Yes. It's not even masculinity. It's not, it doesn't even have, like, the funny thing is that, like, this doesn't even have to do with any type of, like, is this the worst part about this is that it has nothing to do with social issues whatsoever. It's the difference between good games and bad games. Okay? I'm going to show you something really quick. Steam db.info. Warframe. There's nothing going on in Warframe right now. Okay? No big current event or anything like that. This is just what the player base always looks like. 53,000 players. Nothing's going on. It's going to be a relative content drought until their next update, which is going to be in a few months. But outside of that, there's nothing going on. Okay? Here's your Coomer competitor. Picking up. They got a new update. They had a new update. But it's not overperforming against anything else. So, like, this is just in line with what people want. 45,000 players right now. Before this, it was actually suffering. They were having a little bit of a problem holding on to play. They've lost quite a few. But, I mean, here's the thing. Anytime you see the initial peak, I always because I saw people that were talking shit about the First Ascendant, like, losing 200,000 players. You're never going to keep this. No game does. No game ever keeps that. It's all about making a good game. It has nothing to do with anything else. It has nothing to do with anything else. Make a good game. You don't have to pander. Have attractive characters. Have cool-looking characters. But everything else that people talk about is just forced controversy. It has nothing to do with anything else. I think it's really important. I think it's really important to make sure that you're keeping in mind the audience that your game is targeted for, right? As an example, I don't know, Gears of War, right? Like, Gears of War is going to be like a very masculine audience. So having hyper masculine dudes probably going to work out. Probably going to work out. You try to switch those characters with something that's unrecognizable, people aren't going to enjoy it. Every game has a different audience. You have to pay attention to like what kind of characters you're making, what kind of story you're making, depending on that audience that you're appealing to. I never said the obsession with hot-looking characters. Here's my thing. I like hot-looking characters, but it depends on what game, and it also depends on like what kind of hotness, right? Like a game like The First Descendant, their character models make sense in that game because like that's like the whole fucking thing, right? It's softcore. It's basically softcore Warframe. It's what it's meant for. It's meant to put like chicks in bikinis and using rifles and stuff like that. It's not a game that really takes its character designs like super seriously. They know what they're trying to do. They know the audience that they're trying to reach. That's the game that they're making. Okay? It's as simple as that. It's nothing super complicated. What's it? Really good example. The characters that are in Baldur's Gate 3, there's some super hot characters in Baldur's Gate 3, but they don't need to make those characters look like the ones that are in The First Descendant, right? You don't need these like you know, wildly sexualized characters in Baldur's Gate 3. They do that on their own. They do that on their own. They got their own thing going on, right? Now, mind you, there is that like wave collar gear that you can get. And you can put on like there's some of the dresses that you get in Act 3. They're spicy. I like characters that look normal or attractive. I don't like having characters be ugly and unattractive. Yeah, but here's the thing: like ugly and unattractive characters also work, but it depends on the context in which you are like and what kind of game that you're playing. Think about games that you have played that have had like conventionally ugly or unattractive characters where you actually played as that character. There's plenty of examples of games that are like that where you're a protagonist that's not meant to be attractive. Frank West from Dead Rising, right? Great example. Literally just like a beat reporter. Darktide, another one. The Punisher, sure. Yeah. Look at the characters that people make in Elden Ring. Yes, exactly. So it depends on the character. It depends on the Planescape. Yeah, Planescape Torment, another great example of that. So like the thing is that when people come out and say, the problem is that like so one of the things that I always push back on is that one of the reasons why I don't really like dive into like picking a side on any like single issue is specifically because of the fact that like picking sides means that you're taking an extreme position, right? Because you're either taking yes or no, but yes or no is never really the answer in a lot of these cases. There's a lot of nuance to it. And from my perspective, extreme positions lead to extreme outcomes. I don't need or want every game to have hot characters. I don't need that because not every game needs to have it. And it'll and if that was the future and we could flip a switch and that's what we do instead, I think it would ultimately ruin games down the road because it would just make games a lot less interesting because a lot of the characters are going to start looking the same. Same thing goes for the other side. I don't want to go in the other direction as well, right? Use characters that make sense for the situations in which those characters are in. For the context of the story, for the context of the universe, all that kind of stuff. Kane and Lynch. Yeah, Kane and Lynch were some gnarly looking dudes. That's very true. Yes, they were. Okay, so we said that. We saw that. At the same time, Chinese gamers have really needed a win, considering how China's banned consoles for 15 years. It's so crazy. The country doesn't have the most robust game development scene. In a regulatory environment that's been harsh, yeah, it's been really difficult for them to be able to get video games out in the first place. Like, they're so heavily censored and controlled, and they keep their eye on everything that they do that It makes it really difficult for these guys to be able to make what they want to make. As the game science developers themselves have noted in a blog post cited by IGN, few blockbuster releases like Black Myth Wukong have made it through a decade of development to compete with the likes of God of War Ragnarok. In many ways, Black Myth feels like a love letter to Chinese culture and history. Journey to the West is one of the first Chinese novels I ever read, and it's considered one of the four great literary classics. Some in-game temples are based on real-life locations. Yeah, they actually went and scanned. Buildings and statues and things like that, and then recreated them in the game. We've been fed to the gills with great games that challenge our expectations, make us all fall in love with characters, and obsessively draw fan art or write odes to the narrative. A retelling of a 432-year-old tale with pretty trees and Ragnarok-style combat doesn't entirely hit the spot. Yeah, I'm gonna copy, and I'm gonna throw this in my bin of articles to cook. Just as simple as that. If you guys are wondering how I do this, this is how I work. This is how I work. I find some shit and I'm like, what the fuck are you saying? And then I just throw it in a bin and say, this is the articles to cook. I think so, like, because somebody's actually said something like this before. They're like, why do you pay attention to like game articles? Like, who gives a shit about game reviewers or games journalists anymore and things like that? I think the reason why is because I'm one of those people that really does believe that the more we talk and the more we actually like converse, like you're making an argument, now I'm gonna make an argument back. The more we do those kind of things, the more we start to see like both people's perspectives and like find some area in the middle, right? And I think I think it's really important to do that kind of stuff. Arguing is actually quite fun. Well, it's also healthy. It's also healthy. Like, I like healthy arguments, obviously, but yeah. Yeah, but they're not making an argument, they're farming clicks. I know. That's what they all do. That's what they all do. So then I just farm them for clicks and do a better job. Just yell and say really mean things to each other. That's actually really smart. Maybe I should try doing that instead. Think, Mark, think! What is this? Dev of Sleeped On tactical RPG that sold badly. Despite glowing reviews, my next project will be focused on does this sell? I don't even know if I'm gonna read the article. Well, maybe I don't know if I'm gonna read the article. How long is it? Longer than I want to read. Making under minimum wage is embarrassing, even if it means you get to make games. Yeah, it is. Back in February, we instantly fell in love with the demo. Simultaneous turn-based tactics game Arco. The full game launched onto Steam and Nintendo Switch on August 15th. 98% positive reviews on Steam. 9 out of 10 in Edge magazine. High praise from a suite of other critics, but an illustration of the volatile indie market. Its creators said it has sold badly. The developer, Farron laments that making under minimum wage is embarrassing, even if you get to make games. Post on Twitter argue that I feel like indies are making the same 3 genres and AAA are just remastering the same games over and over again, and advised to devs to make new stuff. The conversation began from a post from Antichamber creator Alex Bruce, who shared a brief rap essential speedruns community. And you know what the funny thing is? I will agree with this. Like on the indie side and also on the AAA side. Like the AAA side definitely has been doing a lot of remasters, remakes, rehashing and things like that. The other thing that I'll say as well is that indie, as much as I love indie games, what are the chances if I told you I'm like, hey, I just found this new indie game? What are the chances that indie game is going to be a survival game, a cozy farm simulator, or a roguelike? I would probably say it's like 90%. I'd probably say it's about 90%. You're saying 100%. Yeah. Yeah. All three at once. Or it could be all three at once. They're like, no, we're doing it different. We're doing all three. Yeah. Yeah. So like, I'll definitely agree with that. I definitely think that like even indie's getting like super repetitive lately as well. We made something new. Our game was rated well by critics and players, but it sold badly. I think a lot of this also has to do with your marketing as well. And then like, it's not even marketing as well. It's let's see what they say. We get more sales copying an already established genre. Still, you have to make new stuff. As soon as you get into making new things, work stops being creative. Either way, my next project definitely will be more focused on does this sell, because making under minimum wage is embarrassing. Did they have any more quotes from him? It looks like theorizing exactly the same thing that happened with Witch Knight, a lovingly illustrated shoot 'em up Metroidvania that released in 2022. We all want to innovate and explore new and uncharted territories, but sometimes the audience is just not there despite the public demand for originality. So you have to make sure that if you're going to make a game and you're going to make something new, you have to make sure that either there is an audience for it or you yourself can facilitate creating an audience for it. You have to actually, I think that it's really, how do I say this properly? So in marketing, one of the things that you learn is that if you are going to make a new product that doesn't exist in the market, then you have to create a need for that product. So if you don't create a need, then nobody's going to see it. So the issue here is that the game just wasn't marketed the right way. And now that's the problem of being an indie, because indies don't really have the ability to be able to create a need for something, right? I think that the best way to be able to go about doing that is probably trying to take advantage of like whatever you can to be able to get as much visibility as possible. These are the situations where you probably want to try to leverage towards content creators and things like that more than anything. I will say that this one thing might sound strange, and I just look at the game's covers and art style, but I don't want to play it. It has a strong millennial writing / game dev vibe. Yeah, it's 100% the marketing. And also just like the look of the game in general. Like the art style of the game. No, it's not cozy. I don't know. Like there's just something about it that is just, it's just not interesting. I don't know what to say. So like there's the differences. Like it's not even just like making something new. It's like also making something interesting. You can't be like, oh, we made something that nobody's ever done before. Oh, okay. But like, is it fun? Is it cool? Is it, interesting? How's the art style? Those kind of things. Like, there's a lot more that goes into a failure other than just you made something new and because you didn't copy everybody else, that's the reason why you weren't successful. And when I look at that trailer, it's just like I don't even know what this game even is. I think that's the other part. That's the other problem too, is that like when you make a game trailer, you really need to do a better job of explaining what your game is. You can't make something. You can make something that's good but boring, and or bad but interesting. which will be more successful? Probably bad, but interesting. Yeah, probably bad, but interesting. There's plenty of examples of games that are like technically bad, but are interesting, that have done fantastic. Really good example of this. Ark Survival. Ark Survival is a fucking garbage game. It's trash. But it is survived by modding. Because it has an interesting premise, and the modding community is the one that ended up supporting the game. And because of that, the game found a lot of popularity. I think that's a good example. Maybe that helps you kind of see what I'm saying. Seekers of the Scuff. Yeah, I've heard that the expansion is a little rough. We'll find out. I'll get my opinion on it today. Until the devs made it worse. Yeah. Once I read somewhere we're saying that before we are starting making our own game, we copy those who came before. It's 80% stolen, 20% original. Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes that kind of stuff works, but I mean, it also still wholly depends on like the themes that you go with and everything else. There's so many factors that lead into this kind of stuff to begin with. I played Ark Survival in early access, hated the game for 900 plus hours. Isn't it still in early access? Army of angry naked dino riders is on the way to you. I'm not wrong, okay? I'm not wrong. Ark Survival is a fucking trash game. But the mods make it better, and the community of the game made the game better, not the developer. The developer's the one that shit the bed all the time. Still do. Isn't it? Didn't they? They didn't even like finish developing the game, and they're already making the next Ark Survival, right? It's fucking bullshit. It's okay. This is actually really interesting. I want to see this. Okay, it's a short post. It's not all that bad. Call of Duty install sizes seem to be creeping into antitrust territory. Let me explain. I've read the news about the 300 gig install size of the Activision and the Activision walk back to the news that it might need 300 gigs eventually, and don't think this lack in compression has anything to do with with file sizing, but is being used as a loophole towards monopolizing hard drive space. For gamers, hard drive space and internet speed, caps, etc., create a situation where the install size of Call of Duty discourages players from installing discourages installs of its software. It also discourages uninstalling it, which also prevents installs of competitors. Yeah, that's actually true. Sure, many might be capable of getting better internet or expanded hard drive if they want, but also perhaps many Call of Duty players cannot. I can't help but feel that bloating the install size is another attempt of forcing players into attachment to a product based on lack of resources, not enjoyment. There's no damn way a game with a handful of maps needs that much damn space. The cinematics being used are just an excuse for that. Thoughts? Edit. Ooh, boy. Trying to add any replies has also summoned the troll brigade. So let me add one retort to all the comments saying OP is dumb. Not know what antitrust is. The original post is that the install size appears to me to be exploiting the antitrust loophole in order to discourage competition, which can be said the same for all live service games with install size bloat. That's really interesting. Yeah, like, I mean, well, I don't know if it's necessarily true. I can see where they're coming from with that, and I don't necessarily disagree. Because, like, the larger the size of a game is, the larger the size of the game is, the less likely you are to want to uninstall it. Because it takes more time for you to download it in the first place. which then makes you less likely to want to download or buy other games when you see what their file sizes are, because, you know, you just can't fit it, right? And in most cases, especially for PC users, most people like to try to make sure that their games are on their SSD, not on their hard drive. Because if it's on your physical hard drive, what ends up happening is that you end up kind of killing performance in certain games. I have like a mix between both. I figure out what games are completely fine on the hard drive and what games need to be on my SSD. But for the most part, like a game like Call of Duty, like, you know what the funny thing is, in my position, it actually does the opposite, and it actually makes me not want to download or play your product, specifically because your file sizes are so large that it's going to monopolize my hard drive or monopolize my SSD. Because a first-person shooter, a competitive first-person shooter, is the exact kind of game that I would want to have on my SSD more than anything else, right? It's not the maps. Install size of all live service skins, but bullshit is... Yeah, you know what the funny thing is? A lot of that content is streamed, though. Like, a lot of that content is streamed to the game. It's not... It doesn't actually exist in your files. Some of it does, which you can see because people exploit it, right? You'll see some people that have like all skins unlocked and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, don't want to download it too. 1 terabyte. What are they thinking? Well, I mean, it's like 300. It's 300, right? So like, I have a 2 terabyte, but I have a 2 terabyte SSD, but my OS is also on the SSD, right? So with my OS on the SSD, as well as, you know, a few games and stuff like that that are on there, yeah, there's no shot I'm putting a 300 gig game on my SSD. Are you out of your fucking mind? No shot. I normally move games that I'm not playing anymore to my hard drive. Yeah, you could also move them back and forth, but I do agree with this idea that file sizes for games are getting too big, and they're just not doing the optimization work that needs to be done. Call of Duty is definitely doing that. It's fucking obvious that they are. It's obvious that they are not optimizing their product. Because if that wasn't the case, when I think back to like all of the issues, bugs, glitches, and problems that every single Call of Duty has had since they've been released, since recently, within the last like 5 years or so, basically since Modern Warfare, since the most recent Modern Warfare, not 3 but 2. 2018 or whatever it was, right? Basically ever since then, like every single time something would happen, a shitload of other stuff would break, and it like goes to show like just how unoptimized the game is, and like how bugs would reappear every time that they would do an update. It's just like, well, how the fuck did you not get rid of that? You remember back in the day when they used to compress files? Yeah. High res uncompressed textures. Yeah, and you also have to think about it too. Like they stream, like for Call of Duty specifically, doesn't Call of Duty stream the shaders? I'm pretty sure they stream the shaders. You don't download shaders for Call of Duty. You stream the shaders, or maybe it's an option. I can't remember. So like, there's content that's not even in the game that's actually being streamed from their servers when you log in to play. So. What the fuck's going on here? I'm waiting for the AI file compressor to shrink file sizes. Super interesting tech. Yeah, that's gonna be really nice. Obviously, some of these companies need it because they don't have the chops to be able to do anything else. What, the SSD? That's big. I know. Believe me, my SSD cried. I heard it over there when I said 300 gigs. It was like, no. Helldivers 2 is back to mostly negative reviews on Steam, with 66% of Helldivers have retired to Super Earth, a drop from 62,000 players on August 6th to 21,000 players on August 29th, with no signs of slowing. What is the path forward for Helldivers 2? From what I've heard, there really hasn't been a whole lot of talk. The developers basically have come out and said, you know, actually, I think I saw when I was like looking at this. Yeah, what killed it for me is the CEO's comments. He's pretty much been on the spot with his critiques of what's going on in the game and calling out what needs to be fixed. When a new update comes out, he's on Twitter pointing out what mistakes they made in doing it. But like, homie, you're in charge. The game has only been out for a few months. Why are you releasing updates that go against the things that you say? It seems like he's just fucking with us for some reason. Yeah, this is the issue. Is that the game has issues and problems, and then the community brings it up, and then the CEO goes, yeah, nah, dude, I totally see that. Yeah, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is what we need to do. And it's just like, okay, how didn't you see that? Why are you talking like you're one of us when you're the guy that's supposed to be preventing this shit from happening in the first place? Why are you coming at the fans and giving the fans excuses like, oh, well, our people are on vacation? Maybe not drop your biggest fucking update when all of your people are on vacation. And they're still doing it. I know they're still doing it. It's like I said in the video I made about it. Like, you guys had the easiest win of the year. You had a red carpet walk to game of the year. All you had to do was just stay consistent. Fix the game. Get rid of the issues that you had with it. Get rid of the crashing, connection issues, random things like that. Get all that stuff nice and tidy. And then add content to the game. And make sure that the game stays fun. But every single update they make, they continue to break the game. The game is still incredibly unstable. People are still disconnecting quite frequently, or getting kicked out of matches, or unable to remove people. Like, people get blocked randomly on your friends list, and then you can't unblock them. You can't accept friend requests from certain players depending on what platform they're on and what platform you're on. There's different connection issues and being able to actually like get into a match. Obviously then there's all the weapon balance issues that they've had, where they've continued to just make the game less fun to play. My main thing is that like, and like, this is the one that I knew that was like the worst one that they've made so far, is like the day that they went in and they like completely destroyed how the mechs work, how the mechs target with their rocket launcher, was the day that I was like, bro, I'm fucking done. Like, especially when they didn't fix it. I'm like, this is what you guys intended it to feel like? You intended it to feel like when I had something that was maybe like, 20 feet away from me, I can't aim at it. I can only aim at it with the chain gun. I can't aim at it with my fucking, well, yeah. War bonds are not content. No, war bonds are not content. That's the other thing too, is that they have this like, they're so, I remember, oh man, when was it? I want to say this was probably right around the time of their first or second war bond. And I brought it up. I want to say I brought it up in one of my videos where I talked about something that was really concerning, is the fact that they were making it sound like that, we're really trying to stay up on this content schedule and make sure we, release monthly war bonds. And I'm like, nobody gives a fuck about monthly war bonds. That's not the content that they're talking about. And like, they're very focused on thinking like that's the content people give a shit about. People don't give a fuck about the war bonds, dog. They're talking about in-game content, progression. They're talking about different things, real different things. Not a handful of weapons that you're going to throw into the game that are going to feel like shit and people are going to go use the support weapons instead. They unironically have an armored core thing for the auto-targeting limit, but you can still attack and use free aim. Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird. I was never a meta build guy, sometimes just on accident. That's the other thing too, is that like they got so focused on that like meta gaming narrative. And I'll be honest with you. I talked about in the video that I made, like part of that is driven by the audience. Okay. Like if you guys remember, if any of you guys played Helldivers 2 or watched any Helldivers 2 content back then, like players across the board were like, boo, meta loadouts. They were like going on people's YouTube videos or making like meta build videos and like commenting like negative things and stuff like that. Like they want to cook these fools, right? They're like, oh, get this meta shit out of my face, right? So then the studio is like, oh yeah, it's a very, by the way, this is a very, very similar approach that we saw with Halo Infinite, because the hardcore Halo fans were like, no battle royales, don't do this trend chasing shit, blah, 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 blah. You know, boo, no battle royales. All that really was, it was just a bunch of people that were hating on Fortnite more than anything else at the time. And you know what ODS, you know what 343 did? They said, "Yeah, we're not gonna do a battle royale. That's a trend." You fucking idiots. Like, here's the thing. When I make videos and I talk about how you need to make sure that you listen to your players, you have to be able to recognize what is useful feedback and what is not useful feedback. You have to recognize what people to listen to and what people not to listen to. That's really hard to do. But it's also not very hard to do in some situations. And in this situation, it's not hard to do. It's not hard to do. I hate a meta detecting. Here's the funny thing. Metas do not dictate the way that you play a game. You dictate the way that you play a game. Just because some folks are making builds, making build videos and shit doesn't mean you need to do that. You don't need to go watch it. You don't need to go follow everybody else. You can just play the game however you want to play, especially when we're talking about a game that's a fucking PvE game. It's a PvE game. Same thing goes, like, here's the thing, like, I think in a lot of cases, like, and there's nothing wrong with this, by the way. I'm not chastising people that want to use metas. There's no problem with it. I use metas all the time. Path of Exile? Do you think I'm going to try to build my own build in that game? I tried 3 fucking times and failed. Never again. Never again. From now on, anytime I go to play that game, I'm looking up a build, I'm playing that build. That's it. I'm fucking with it. I don't understand the game well enough for me to be able to go in there and theory craft, okay? I know my limits, all right? But in most cases, when a lot of people are like, I don't want to be confined to no limit. I don't want to be confined to no meta. You don't have to. You don't have to do it. Nobody's telling you to do it. You can use whatever you want. Same thing goes for first-person, third-person shooters, like competitive shooters, but people always go towards the meta because they want to know what's the most effective weapon because they want to win, right? They want to win. But the case is, with Helldivers 2, nobody was bending or breaking anybody's arms telling them that they needed to use certain weapons. The only thing that they were running into is the fact that there were some times where you drop in on a planet and people would see that you're using a weapon that they don't think is meta, and then you'd have some fucking weirdos, some straight up freaks that were kicking people out of parties or team killing them because they weren't using the weapons that they think that everybody should be using. The amount of players that are in a game that are doing something like that is so fucking minuscule, it's so uncommon, it's so rare that it's not even funny. But the problem is that today, with the motherfucking internet, you take a fucking screenshot or a little video of yourself pretending like you're getting killed by people that are not your friends for not having a meta loadout, when I know for a fact you motherfuckers are fabricating that shit for TikTok clicks, and then you go and you post that shit online, it blows up, and now all of a sudden an entire video game community thinks that everybody in the game is getting killed by people that are not using meta weapons. You want to know why I say it's fabricated? Because I would do that shit. I would do that shit. Especially because I see those accounts are like 16, like anywhere from like 16 to 19-year-old kids. It's like, I do that shit. Fuck yeah. I'd be like, that's how you, I'm like, oh, fuck. I'd be farming. You kidding me? I was a little scam artist when I was a kid, man. I was a scammer. A little scamming piece of shit. Any way I could figure out how to get your money or get a fucking leg up on somebody. Man. I was a thieving little conniving shit. I grew out of it, obviously. Yeah, believe me. By the way, I am so happy that I never grew up with the need for internet popularity or value, or to be valued by the internet or anything like that. I never was really interested in making a lot of posts. When MySpace came up, I just wanted to have a really cool playlist. And then I never really even used it other than to talk to girls. And then Facebook came out, and I didn't really care about that either. I just added my family. And then I ran one for a band. Cuz I had a band at the time, so I ran one for my metal band. Cuz I wanted to try to get us shows and shit like that, and I used it for that. I'm really good with social media when I'm using it for networking and using it for a work purpose. When I'm trying to make a business or run a business or something, I am fucking good with that shit. Holy shit. I made our band pop off. The next thing you know, we went from playing in dive bars and stuff like that to the next thing you know, we were opening for We went and we opened for, holy shit. We played with, oh my God. We played with Hawthorne Heights. We played with Ice Nine Kills. We opened for Taproot. We opened for who else was it? One of my favorite bands of all time. Haste the Day is another one. Let me guess you play bass. I have fucking guitars behind me. They're right there. What do you mean? Let me guess you play bass. Wait, I gotta make it any more fucking obvious? People are like, it's always funny, like, you played in a band? I'm like, no, I these are fucking decorations. These are fucking decorations. Jesus. I mean, is there still any meta, and why would you want a meta in a full PvE game? I have no idea. There is none. That's the whole point, is the fact, like, that's what I'm saying. It was all fabricated to begin with. Like, the people that were making clips for shit like that, that was all fabricated. It's fucking teenagers on social media that are like, hey, guys, I want you to kill me before the extract over and over again, and then I'm gonna make a clip and I'm gonna put some text over it that says that you're killing me because I'm not using meta weapons. It's totally gonna work. You playing good or bad? No, I'm fucking terrible. I'm terrible. I have guitars playing on the wall, but play solo all the time. That's me too, man. That's me too. I just fiddle and diddle it now and again now. I don't really like, I don't play nearly as hardcore as I used to. I used to write music all the time. I used to be in a band all the fucking time and try to make sure I was in a band all the time, but it takes a lot of fucking time. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of commitment that I'm not really here for. Like when I moved the last time that I moved for work, and I knew I was going to be somewhere like semi-permanent, one of the things I wanted to do, I was like, do you know what? I'll get into a fucking band. I'm like, that's a really good way for me to go out, make some friends and stuff like that. And I did. I joined a band. I got out here. I played with these guys. We practiced like 3 or 4 times or something like that. But like they were like 2 hours away from me, like through traffic. And then like all of a sudden they're like, all right, dude, we're going to get ready to start a tour. We're gonna do like a fucking national tour. Our buddy knows this guy, who knows this guy, who knows this guy, and we're gonna like open for his band, and you know we're gonna play like 15 places. And I'm like, bro, I have a job. These dudes are like, it's like, what the fuck? I'm like, I just wanted to like write music and play some shows here and there, you know what I mean? I'm like, what do you mean we're fucking going on tour? We haven't even recorded anything. What the fuck are you? Yeah, for the band, bro. For the band, man. Come on, man. You have to be crazy and delusional to become successful in a band. So let me tell you something about myself. Everybody has this, I think, a little bit, where like you have this idea in your mind, and I've had it since I was little, right? Where I'm just like, maybe it was something that was put there by my mom, most likely. You know, you're destined for great things. You know, you're destined for great things. So like, I never saw myself ever as a pencil pusher, as a, 9 to 5 clock in and clock out guy or anything like that. I never thought that would be me. I was like, I'm going to be a comedian. Maybe I'll be an actor. Maybe I'll be a musician. I didn't even play music at the time when I was thinking this. I didn't even play an instrument, a single one, or even know anything about it. Maybe I'll be this. Maybe I'll be that. I went to video game design school first because video game design school was like I was like, oh, maybe I'll become like a really famous like video game developer. I'm like, because I got some really cool ideas and stuff like that. Maybe I'll be a famous artist, so I paint and drew a lot. And then like that didn't seem like it was going to be all that viable. So then, you know, I ended up dropping out of college for that, and I'm like, okay, well that doesn't work. So then maybe I'm just gonna like kick it up and really really practice music and just like, you know, maybe I'll get into a band and do a band thing. I was genuinely fucking convinced in my first band that like we were gonna fucking make it. And to be honest with you, like we played some really good shit because I'm really good at like when I get inspired by something, when there's something that I'm like, this is it, I fucking go hard. Ooh, I go hard on that. Ooh. I was writing up some fucking crazy licks and shit like that, making some really, really fucking cool songs. We started playing with some really good bands and whatnot, and actually we recorded our LP, and we were going to our EP, sorry, whatever it is, your fucking demo basically is what we made, is a demo. And then we were going to, we actually had a connection where we were going to talk to one of the local larger record labels that were actually based out of Chicago at the time. They had, what did they have signed to them? A Day to Remember. They had A Day to Remember signed to them. So, and we had somebody that already knew those guys because the people that actually recorded our songs was somebody that's already from a national touring act and stuff like that. So, I was like, dude, we're going to do this. And by the way, I was fucking effective, especially with like just running a band in general. I was like, okay, so these are the things that we need to do to be successful. We need to make sure that we're practicing this much. We need to make sure that I need to make sure that I get good enough contacts that actually, you know, get good tickets for us to be on, good shows for us to be on, be able to try to open up concerts and stuff like that. And I did that. I found those people. I made those connections. I made those relationships. I got our demo done. I got our demo done by somebody that was fucking phenomenal at recording. Made us sound even better than we actually ever were. I even got merch. I took care of all of that stuff. I got designs made for our merch. I got the merch sold. We were making money all of a sudden. So now, like, you know, getting new equipment and getting repairs done on some of our equipment all of a sudden became realistic, where before we were just a bunch of broke dudes that were, you know, playing music. I was very, very good at that shit. And I had us on the fucking path. But, you know, the problem is that bands are bands, and bands are not one person unless you're a solo act, which I was not. And there's 4 other people that you have to account for. And I did not account for one of them becoming an alcoholic, another one becoming a drug addict, another one becoming a sociopath, and the other one becoming, well, the other one getting somebody pregnant. And then having to like go on the road to be a bridge painter. But yeah, I threw down. But here's the funny thing. That one failed, and I was like, and that was like the first time ever that I'd ever, and by the way, like I had a girlfriend at the time that was like, thank fucking God. Like she was so happy that like the band failed, which sucked, by the way. But she was happy that it failed because she felt it was time for me to like grow the fuck up, and you need to get like a real job and figure out what you're gonna do in the future. You know, for us, we'd been together for like 4 or 5 years or something like that by now, right? And that was the first time ever that I was like, maybe it's time to come back to reality. Maybe it's time to come back to reality, get a fucking real job, grow the fuck up. And by the way, that's exactly what I did, and I fully committed to that shit, and I got myself into safety, security, health, everything, financially, all of it, fucking sound. Any debts or anything like that completely paid off. I ended up getting into, you know, a much better career. Then I ended up getting into construction and stuff like that, and, you know, became a fucking proper adult. But it never stopped. It never stopped. That fucking nagging in the back of my head that was like, you can do more. You can be more. You can do it. Do it. So then I started making YouTube videos. And I was right! And I was right! I was right the whole time. I was destined for greatness. I will hear no Yeah, no less. You don't get rid of the entrepreneur mindset. It is some of that as well. Both of my parents are entrepreneurs. Both of them own their own businesses. Always have, always will. So it kind of it runs in the blood. I think runs in the blood. Yeah, where I'm like, I never wanted to do anything that was like really conventional, and I also didn't really want to work for anybody else if that was the case. To be honest, like I do really like. Here's the thing though, it's really hard to come to terms with not wanting to like. It's hard to come to terms with wanting to work for yourself, but also not wanting to do shit either, right? Like there's like a lot of like the financial shit that I have to deal with, and I'm like, God. Like I need to set up like a bunch of stuff to get ready for like tax season and stuff like that, because this is my first time gonna have to be doing it as a sole business owner. That's a whole other thing. Because by the way, if you don't do it right, you will get fucked. You will get fucked. They will fuck you real good. LD to LD. Yeah, you're gonna need to come in Saturday. That's literally me, actually. That's literally me. Yeah. It's really funny because like sometimes I'll be sitting here and I'll be looking at something or like watching a video or just like completely wasting my fucking time. And then I'll be like, hey, you need to get to work. Like, God damn it. Start tapping away. Oh man. When you finish Baldur's Gate 3 and you know that Larian's next game will be even better. 40,000 years of evolution, and we barely even tapped the vastness of human potential. Yeah, I'm actually really interested to see what they end up doing with their next game. I think it's going to be really good. Watching Legendary drops as a wake up call. Yeah. I'm part of me really does hope they end up doing something sci-fi. I think it'd be really cool for them to see them like explore something outside of like the normal medium that they usually choose to run around in. I think that'd be pretty cool. I already picked up on this. I don't really need this one anymore. So I saw this. Pity. There you are. I knew you'd be here. So if you guys don't know about this, there was a bit of a kerfuffle, we'll say. There was a bit of a kerfuffle, all right? And basically what it ended up happening is that people were upset about the fact that Genshin Impact's newest area didn't include enough people with enough different skin colors, skin tones, those kind of things, right? They don't really like that kind of stuff. They're not really, they were like, hey, you know what? Where's the representation? This is based out of, this is inspired by some other area. The characters don't really reflect that. Then they started a boycott. And you guys know, in video games, boycotts are very effective, right? Boycotts always work in video games. Boycotts work every time, right? Almost always. The best part about this is that, like, the person gets the 5-star and they're like, oh, hey. And they're like, should remove the boycott from your name then? I'm free to play. Thanks, though. Is their name #boycott? Performative social media posting is not real life. It's so funny when people self-snitch. It's so good, dude. It's so good. I fucking love it. I love it. Hey, man, just want to let you know I love your videos. I'm from Brazil, and I'm sending you the best regards. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Oh, man. Look up the first person of color NPC. Pakal? Pakal. What is it? Is it Pascal? That's a motherfucking book. I can't even see them. Damn, China. MiHoYo is like, here's your fucking representation. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Holy shit. So you're like this. I'm so like, it's so fucked up. It's so funny. It's so funny. Oh man. Take the representation back at that point. Could you imagine them just being like, we take it back. Just take it out of the game. Bro, looks like he came from Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, they actually had somebody like that in Monster Hunter as well. Oh man. That's why it's always funny when I hear people like talk about like how racist the US is, and I'm like, I don't think you guys realize how shit works out in the East. I don't think you guys realize how hot it is over there. It ain't looking good. It ain't looking good for you guys. I'm just gonna be real. Holy shit. Yeah, so anyway, the boycott failed. The boycott failed. You know what the best way to boycott a game is? Stop fucking playing it. You don't want products to succeed? Stop buying them. Stop buying them. And if there's enough people that do, then they'll go to make something else. Looks like a ripoff of Bayonetta. Yeah. Boycotts on Reddit. Yeah. Oh, what is this? Oh, imagine if PlayStation money hats Black Myth Wukong to prevent it from coming to Xbox. Xbox knows about it and cries about slimy platform things. Then Xbox brings its exclusives to PlayStation. Phil Spencer's interview months ago. It's Phil Spencer had an interview about 4 months ago with PC Gamer or PC Games N or somebody like that. I can't remember which outlet it was. And in it, he was talking about how there were slimy platform practices of exclusivity and things like that, right? When, I mean, like pot calling the kettle black, to be honest with you. But he must have been referring to, they had already found out that Black Myth Wukong and Sony had come to an agreement for like some staggered exclusivity deal, and they didn't say anything about it. And then months following that, they end up giving Sony their exclusives. Bro, it sucks to be an Xbox player. It sucks to be an Xbox player. What it is, and a lot of people, I don't think people have really come to the realization of this. I just did recently. I haven't talked about it in a video yet, but I'm going to end up bringing it up. Basically, what's going on is gaming audiences have grown to the point that they are... So gaming audiences have grown to the point that they're at their max, and now they don't know how to grow it anymore. So like a really good example of this is like, say, pick some type of pick like some type of like specific genre that's out there, or a game, okay? And let's say and actually the funny thing is Black Myth Wukong's a great example of this. So let's say first person action game, or not first person action game, action combat game like Black Myth Wukong, okay? But not made by Black Myth Wukong. Let's say it's Assassin's Creed, okay? Well, Assassin's Creed, I take that back. Spider-Man. Let's look at Spider-Man. Spider-Man's a great example of this. Spider-Man 1 comes out, sells like 10 million copies or something like that, right? Spider-Man 2 comes out, it sells 10 million copies. Okay? So that's the same audience, 5 or so years apart or whatever it was. They didn't grow it at all. Okay? In fact, they likely lost some and then gained some. right? So they got some new people, but then they also lost some of the people that bought the first one that didn't buy the second one. So you didn't move the needle at all. What's happening right now is that they've gotten to the point where they've reached their target audiences, and now they're trying to figure out how they can grow past those target audiences, because at the end of the day, keep in mind, they have investors that they have to answer to. And those investors don't want to hear, what do you mean? You sold the game to the same amount of players? Oh, green line. Gotta go up. The line has to keep going up, man. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? So now these developers, studios, publishers, they're all pressured to try to grow their audience beyond what their audience already is. Well, how do you do that? We have to find audiences that know that right now do not interact with your products. I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of different kind of ideologies sprinkled into some of these games and things like that, a lot of pandering and whatnot, because they are trying to position themselves to be able to take advantage of those audiences. But on the backlash side of it, you're now turning off the audiences that you already have in the first place. So while you're trying to chase audiences that you don't have access to, you're losing the ones that you already have. And Xbox is in the position in which they have already tapped their base. They can't pull any more people. The only way for them to get more people is to go to a different platform to be able to get more people to buy their games. That's why they're going to PlayStation. PlayStation is likely doing the exact same thing by releasing most of their games lately on both, PlayStation and PC at the exact same time, right? You can't grow infinitely. You can't. So, and the thing is I think that's one of the reasons why the industry is kind of coming to a bit of a bubble right now, where they've had a lot of money, a lot of investor money that's been poured into it. But what they don't realize is like this industry just can't continue to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. That's just not how it works. You're not going to be able to appeal to every audience. It's impossible to do so. You have to continue to attract new players because your player base will eventually age out. That's the other thing too. You do have to continue, like, especially if you have like an ongoing long franchise or something like that. You always have to do something to be able to bring in those fresh new audiences. But at the same time, you still need to do what you can to hold on to the audiences that you do have before they fully age out of playing your games to begin with. Which, to be honest, like gamers in general, age out like slower than any other, probably really more than anything else. It's going to take you a long time to be able to age like some of your audience is going to age out regardless because they maybe just stop playing video games entirely or don't play like as many, right? Like I even went through a phase at one point where I'd stopped playing RPGs and anything like that, and I basically had completely focused on only playing I'd completely focused on playing like just sports games. I was literally just playing hockey. That's all I play. I play NHL and that's it. I won't play anything else. So for a while, because of my life goals and things like that, because I was more focused on work than anything else, like my interest in like, games that needed a lot of commitment just kind of dissipated. I wasn't interested in MMOs anymore or anything like that. I'll be playing on my deathbed if I can. Yeah, I mean, same for probably the vast majority of people too, I think. It's fine because as game engines and computer tools improve, making games becomes easier, and the indies will just kill AAA entirely once the tools are enough to make AAA games with the small indie team. I think we're already starting to hit that as well. So that's another problem that the AAA industry's that's another issue the AAA industry is coming against right now, is the fact that independent and indie studios in general are having they have a much higher ceiling than they used to before, and they have the ability to make games that are going to be able to they're going to be able to make video games that are going to be able to compete with AAA games with no issue. Look at like some of the games that we've had over the last couple of years that have actually like look at fucking Palworld. 25 million fucking players. The game cost them $7 million to make. What the fuck? What happened? Meanwhile, you have a bunch of other studios that are out there that are spending hundreds. They're spending like half a billion dollars on some games. Crazy. I did a research paper on this in college. Most self-reported gamers are age 55 plus. Oh yeah. There's a total older crowd. and it still looks underdeveloped. Yeah, and it was still, but here's the thing. That's the difference between delivering on an experience that players want versus delivering a finalized product. You don't have to deliver a finalized product if you're delivering on something that people want. And the idea for Palworld was to be able to get the support needed for them to be able to get the game to the finish line in the first place, right? It's smart. I think early access, if used correctly, is one of the smartest things that any video game developer can do, especially on the independent side, because you're able to go out there and test to see if there's an audience for something, to see if there's a need. And if there is, and they bite hard, well, then you know you can go all in, right? Like, there's going to be, chances are you're going to make all of your money right there anyway. So then what you do is you just take it all the way to the finish line. You finish the game. Maybe you add some more content that they can purchase later. And then you are now completely funded for your next project. And as a result of that, you now have the position in which you've built a reputation for your studio, and your next game is not going to need to have that much of a test done to see if there's a need for it, because people are already going to be interested in it regardless, right? The eagerness. This is. I'm gonna be probably covering this in a video. I'm not even gonna be like doing anything. Thank you, early access Baldur's Gate 3 players. No problem. Wicked Witch. No problem. Best 3 years I've spent on a video game. It was awesome sending in feedback. It was awesome playing the game. It was awesome seeing it grow and evolve into what it finally became. And it's something that was like well worth supporting. It's well worth supporting. And here's the thing, by the way. Baldur's Gate 3 is the fucking proof. This is the case proof of it, all right? Proof case? I can't remember the statement that I want to use there. That's the best example that you could possibly use, because for Baldur's Gate 3, they did that, early access. They tested to see if there was an audience for their game. There was. They used that audience to improve the product and make the product that they wanted to deliver. They delivered the product. After they delivered the product, that product fucking exploded. Now, the next time that they go to make a game, right? I haven't seen anything about them talk. Honestly, knowing Larian, they're probably still going to do early access again. Why wouldn't you? I would. It's going to just make your game better overall. But regardless, how many more people are now looking forward to the next game that has Larian attached to it? A lot. The minute that people see, oh, this is Larian Studios' next game, people are going to go, fucking open my wallet, feed me, give it to me. Kind of wish I had supported Baldur's Gate 3 in early access. It launched in early access at a time where there were not very many good examples of early access working out well. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 in early access was also fucking hilarious too, though. Like, the thing is that like people don't realize like how goofy Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access. Glitch through the map, through a cutscene, into the camp, and into a corner. I remember this bug. Yeah. The orb would come out and you're still in conversation. Actually, I think it still exists sometimes.
Excellent. The guides are
Game was so busted. It was so busted in early access.
We'll skin it alive.
You weren't speaking lightly when you said you needed help. Let me tell you what I know.
The ones where like dialogue would never complete. These are so funny.
Wait, you're not Illy.
I would shoot you up and spat you out.
You feel
God
the
damn it.
quake of its heavy footsteps before you
I
see
love
it.
Shovel.
An owl bear.
Oh no.
Careful, your attempts to disarm that trap haven't gone unnoticed.
Ah, I remember these. Area traps and things like that. Oh, man.
You hoped it was your good looks inviting attention. Sadly, it was your attempt to
too good.
disarm that trap.
Way too good. This one's my
Be a
favorite,
little
though.
more
I've used
careful.
this in videos.
That skin's valuable. Be a little more careful. That skin's valuable. And we won't always be watching.
So is this an accurate representation?
Oh, man. Oh, get out of here. You're everywhere already. We don't need you here. Oh, man. Yeah, this is really weird. I'll be honest. Like gaming journalists are really running to the defense of Concord, and I have no idea why. She looks like she's still watching. She's always watching. She's never not watching. So now they're bringing back the like random lightning strikes during thunderstorms in Terraria. I'm so excited for this stuff, dude. I'm so excited for this stuff. I can't believe like how much this game has been supported since like after this game has been released. It's been like 10 years and they still do like these regular updates. They don't like add anything like huge or anything like that. It's just like small improvements that kind of just add up to like just an overall better experience, like the slimes update and stuff like that. But dude, it's so getting good. It's just getting so much better. It's getting so much better. It's so crazy. I really hope they make another game though. Genuinely hope they make another game. Let's see. The Acolyte was canceled due to low viewership. That means the general audience didn't watch it. So why are we blaming toxic fans? Yeah, that's true. Unless we're saying that the segment of the fandom is so large that their absence alone is enough to tank the show or film or television show. If that's the case, it would mean that they are the target demographic because they're the largest demographic. And that begs the question, why does Lucasfilms keep making things that their largest demographic does not want to see? That is actually relatively interesting, and I wonder exactly where that's kind of coming from. Because the thing is if you think about it, like that's also the same thing is actually true for the same thing's true for video games too, right? Like it does seem that in a lot of cases, there's a lot of games that are not made for their target audience, but then they blame the target audience, but then they blame toxic players, toxic gamers, and gamergaters for not supporting the game, and that's the reason why a game failed. But if those people being so angry and not wanting to play the game are the reason why the game failed, then shouldn't you have made a game for them instead because they're obviously larger than the target audience that you had already set for it? Or are you mad that like they're still your target audience but you're not making that? Because like I guess that's the problem that I'm having a hard time coming to terms with this. Are you really trying to make games for a target audience and you want them to play it regardless of whether or not they like it or they're interested in it? Yeah, it's not made for you, but why didn't you show up? Yeah, this isn't for you, okay, but you still need to play it because we need your money. It doesn't make any sense. Like that's definitely Concord's issue for sure. Holy shit. Oh. So I talked yesterday about that Larian Studios publishing manager. It said various people are who are not very astute failed to understand my point that perhaps $70 to $80 games that function properly and have the content to back it up are better than janky slop repacked with shit skins for $120. The latter exists because the former doesn't. Yes. So here's the thing. Players would not have any issue spending maybe not most, but I think the vast majority of players would not have any issue playing or paying $100 for a video game if every $100 video game was Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think that they would have a problem with it. It would have. It's going to gatekeep a lot of players. Okay, it's going to gatekeep a lot of players, and it's going to. Is he calling gamers dumb? No, he's calling the people that were responding to his tweet dumb. No, he's calling the people that were responding to his tweet dumb. It's not Larry and gets a pass. It's Twitter. It's just Twitter in general. So like he's talking about the people that are responding to him on Twitter, which yeah, I'm sure those people are probably fucking stupid to begin with. So because he's not wrong. That's the reason why if we're gonna say he gets a pass, he's getting a pass because he's not wrong. The point is that players would not have a problem spending more money if the games that were released were the games that made sense to the price that was being charged. Star Wars Outlaws doesn't make sense for $130 when you're selling it, and from my perspective, it's not a game that's even worth $70, and your $130 version is packed with, repackaged skins, recolored skins, and on top of that, it's just removing a artificial barrier to content that was already in the game to begin with that you're cutting off from the game so that people will spend more money, right? My issue that I have with games today is what sense does it make that, as an example, where can I just look at, as an example, when, what, trying to, I can't pull it up right now. Maybe I can go to. Yeah, great example of this. Gollum, when it released, was $49.99. What sense does that make? What sense does $49.99 for Gollum make? That's the problem. The problem is that games are not being priced as they should, depending on the game that they are, the quality of that game, how much content that game is delivering, whether that game is completed, functional, or whatever it might be. There is no game that costs $100. You either put it on regional pricing, or by the way, I'm 100% with you on regional pricing. I think it's disgusting that studios and publishers don't use regional pricing across the board. They should. Every economy is different. Every dollar is different. And as such, you're not going to be able to sell a $100 USD video game. It's not going to be attainable in certain countries. It's just not. I'm glad I've never heard of that game. Yeah, most people shouldn't. I'm actually really surprised it has mixed reviews. How does it have mixed reviews? The game's fucking trash. Game is fucking trash. What is a positive review? Oh, okay, that makes sense. So the top positive review is, the more you play, the worse it gets. So it's so bad that I kind of like it, especially the dying sounds. Funny. Yeah, we basically have to donate our games to Brazil because their economy can't handle the outrageous pricing that we charge. Yeah, exactly. I realize that Brazil is one of those places specifically. I think I brought it up in a video a while back. I think it was on the pirating video that I had talked about, where there are certain games that are just priced far too high that they're out of the reach of players. Yeah. Which is funny that these companies want to continue to grow their profits and grow how many players are playing their games, but they don't want to make those games accessible to people around the world. Right? Look at Sony, right? Subtracting 180 countries from the reach of Helldivers 2. That's correct. You're the man that informed me. Well, there you go. Okay. See, sometimes you guys have to remind me of the things that I say. Sometimes. Not always. The positives are still negatives. Yeah. Yeah. I think I could confidently say immersive sims can earn the right to charge a very high price. It's hard to tailor immersive sims. Baldur's Gate counts as an immersive sim. Yeah, I could kind of see that. I could kind of see that. Regional pricing comes with its own set of issues on Steam, at least. That's the reason why Steam gave away its power for regional pricing and put it on the developer and made it their responsibility to set regional pricing. Before, I think beforehand, wasn't it last year that Steam was still doing regional pricing themselves? Doesn't a $100 game assume that the player is going to engage with 100% of the content? I don't get what you mean by that. Does that mean that a $60 game means that you're only gonna the price of a game doesn't mean that you're going to engage with that percentage of the content in the game? Because if we were to use that logic, if we took it to like an indie title that was like $15, like Balatro as an example, right? Like $15, you're like, I have like 150 or 200 hours in that fucking game. I definitely have experienced more than 100% of the content. You know, I like that's an. I'm not. We might be misunderstanding one another. Likely is what's going on. Check this out. Bloodborne Bloodborne Shad PS4 progress. Audio now works in Hunter's Dream step by step.
Welcome home, good
Still some visual bugs and issues.
What is it you desire?
But they're getting it working.
Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
We might be emulating Bloodborne this year.
Did you speak with Gehrman? He was a hunter long, long ago, but now serves only to advise them. He is obscure, unseen in the dreaming world.
I can't wait, dude. I love Bloodborne. I love Bloodborne so much.
In his dream, such is his purpose. Farewell.
Keep in mind, I saw clips of this a month ago, and it barely even looked recognizable. You could see the character, but like most of the environments like weren't even popping in or anything like that. Like no way that it would look like it was working at all, right? Now we're getting to the point where it's just like it just needs to get cleaned up.
May you find your worth in the waking world.
There's a lighting bug or some lighting bugs and stuff like that, but like you're actually able to talk to NPCs and stuff.
Hunter. Welcome to the Hunter's Dream. This will be your home for now. I am...
Yeah, I think it was about a month ago we had the title screen or something like that. A little over a month ago we had a title screen.
You hunters, you're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't think too hard about all of this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunters do.
I know. I'm like sitting here and I'm like, I can't wait, dude. Like, and by the way, Sony, this is your fault. This is your fault. You could literally just farm the fattest paycheck ever and just make a fucking and get a fucking remaster for this game over on PC and call it a day. But no. Apparently you guys don't like cashing checks. Instead of making the Bloodborne remaster, y'all made fucking Concord. Y'all spent $300 million on Concord when you could have spent half of that, less than half of that, to just remaster Bloodborne and put it on PC.
Safe haven for hunters. A workshop where we don't have as many tools as we once did, but you're welcome to use whatever you find.
Like, bro, what are you thinking?
Should it please you?
I will play, like, the minute that this is playable, I'm in it. It's done. As simple as that. Oh, all right, look at one more thing. Oh, right here. Okay, how many other people need to verify before people stop torching me? So, Paul Tossi had posted a article / tweet talking about how he had confirmation that the reason why Black Myth Wukong didn't come to Xbox day one is because of issues with getting the game working on the Xbox Series S, which by the way is totally believable, right? However, recently it's been coming to light that apparently it's an exclusivity deal, under the table exclusivity deal potentially between Sony and the developers of Black Myth Wukong, right? And as such, literally every single video game journalist has been reiterating and saying like, oh yeah, by the way, here was Paul Tossi that said this and he was wrong. Here's Paul Tossi that said this and he was wrong. Here's Paul Tossi who said this and he was wrong. It's really, really funny. Like I actually really like Paul. I like most of the stuff that Paul writes, but at the same time, it's really funny to see like how like the shoe doesn't shoe doesn't feel very good when it's on the other foot, huh? Doesn't feel very good when it's on the other foot, but yet you journalists have no fucking problem parroting the wrong shit and parroting it from another to another to another to another to another. For like the minute that like one journalist says one thing, the next thing you know, it's on every single outlet that's out there because you guys all got to jump on that beat. But now all of a sudden it's coming in your direction and you're like, okay, so how many times do we have to do this? It's too much. I think that indie games can be hard to price. A game may or may not look visually appealing, but have deceptively deep systems, and people would base the price off of the visuals first outside. I think that what you have to do, not feel good. I feel fine. What are you talking about? I think that what you have to do is you have to price your products based on how much it costs you to make it within realistic margins, and you have to price it based on whatever your target audience is as well. You have to do proper research and demographics to make sure that is my target audience in the US? Okay, what is the age of my target demographic? Okay, it's this. What is the budget of my target demographic? How much money do they make? All those kind of things, right? Like there is a lot of research that you have to do to be able to figure out a price. The problem is today in video games, and this is something that that publisher from Larian Studios had brought up, and this is the reason why I was agreeing with him, because I saw Solnus said something about it, like we're just giving him a pass. What he was trying to bring up is that there's this just generic price that's being used, $70. But $70 just doesn't make a lot of fucking sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense in the context of a lot of the games that come out, right? The only place that we don't see that generic $70 price tag being used is typically with indie and AA games, indie single A, AA games. Independent studios for the most part are the ones that are actually like pricing their games, based on market research, based on what the game is, who the game's for, all those kind of things. How would you describe a $10 game? I don't think you can really like describe a $10 game. I think that people are reading into this a little bit too hard. Again, if you're going to price a game, okay, you have to price a game based on the audience that it's being made for, based on the quality of the game and the product that you made, and based on how much it costs you to make it, and then you would also want to base it competitively against whatever other games are in your genre, right? So as an example, if we look at card games, right? So let's look at card games real quick. So if we go to, let's see, we'll look at Balatro. Balatro's $15, okay? $15. It's under card games. Most of these games are going to be priced competitively within their niche market, right? You got free to play games, which are going to be obviously like collector games where you're collecting cards and stuff. You have Inscription right here. This one right here is $20. That's competitively priced against the rest of the games that are out there. $14. This is a, oh my God, nobody saw anything. Shouldn't have even highlighted that. I need to be really careful with my mouse right now. All of these games that are on here are going to be priced competitively within their edge of the market. You're not going to see any of them that are in here that are going to end up being like $60. You're not going to see a $60 card game in here. You're going to see anything that's going to be $30 or less. And that's just how it's going to be. Oh, we only see you. Thank God. I thought, oh, thank God. I just saved myself from being potentially deep in some trouble. I hovered my cursor over a game, by the way, and that game immediately showed titties on screen. Fucking immediately just popped some titties on screen. I was like, okay, well, phew. That was close. What I was trying to show was is that if you're looking at some of these games that are on here, they're all going to be priced competitively. Like these are card games, right? So like $19, $14, free to play because it's a collector game. $16, free to play, $11, $18, $30, $24. You're like, here's the thing. When I talk about like pricing competitively, you're not going to drop a game, okay? You're not going to drop a game and say, oh, I'm making a card game and this card game is going to be $60. That doesn't make sense in, you know, it doesn't make sense with the scope of your game. It doesn't make sense within the context of the people that the games that you're competing against. It's not within the realistic budget of what many people would think that they would spend on a game like that to begin with, right? Hollow Knight is cheap as hell and is a masterpiece. Yeah. Also, in some cases, you're going to find some games that are out. And here's the thing, but in the case of Hollow Knight was priced realistically within the margins of like the other games that it was competing against. Metroidvania games specifically. Do you guys picture Metroidvania games being $70? If somebody came out, like, don't get me wrong, do you think Hollow Knight is worth $70? Like, it's fucking fantastic. It's an amazing game. I don't think I would pay $70 for a game like that, though. That's just not realistic. When you see a game like that, you would think $30 and under. So, and that's one of the reasons, really good example of this. Prince of Persia, right? The Ubisoft roguelite, or not roguelite, but Metroidvania game that they had made. They sold it for $60. It didn't do well. People didn't buy it. It was great, by the way. It was a great game, but nobody wanted to buy it. Nobody wanted to play it. Why didn't they want to buy it or play it? Because it was too high. It was too expensive. Riot did the same thing. They put out one of their games. They put it out for like $50 or $60. Same deal. Star Wars Old Republic, that old? They need to find it in the PlayStation Store? Maybe. Yeah. So that's what I mean by like setting like realistic price standards for stuff and things like that. What is this? Oh, memorabilia. Try to make sure that if you guys post links and stuff like that, post that stuff in the Discord and articles that I should see or stuff like that. There's actually some videos that people sent me that they wanted me to watch, so we'll watch a couple videos and we'll get ready to play. I'm really looking forward to today, by the way. I love Risk of Rain so much. Somebody sent in this video. This is gaming getting better than ever by Lextorius. I have never watched this guy before, so I have no idea what the quality of this is.
Hey, do you ever think about how crazy it is that video games are only like 50 years old? Well, 60 when you count the experimental stuff. I mean, film and animation and everything, or at least twice that, and there are some art forms like plays that go back hundreds of years.
You know what's crazy is that when you think about that in context with how fast the industry has outpaced all other forms of media, that's what's crazy. That's what's wow. That shit is wild.
And yet a medium that might be younger than your dad has become the biggest, most expensive, technically impressive entertainment industry in the world. Games like GTA 6 are human achievements. With the number of man hours they're putting into that thing, you could put someone on the moon. It's going to make an amount of money so large we don't have numbers to count it. And it's just one of many, many games in development right now. It's kind of crazy if you think about it. In only the course of not even one lifetime, gaming went from blocky...
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be well, it's not going to be the most expensive game ever made, right? We already know that crown is going to Star Citizen, but that would actually require them to actually like make a game and release a game, and we know that game is never going to release. So maybe it will be. No shot. I've never even heard about Grand Theft Auto 7 before I die. Yeah, chances are no. They'll probably just continually update Grand Theft Auto 6, and Grand Theft Auto 6 will be the basis in which they keep building the game off of, and they'll just never make another game.
Pixels moving around a screen to lifelike full open worlds and VR simulations that tell interesting and complex stories and have incredibly deep and intricate gameplay. That is a really impressive feat, and a level of growth almost nothing else has ever matched. And I don't think gaming gets enough credit for that. This insanely quick progression is even more interesting when you realize it's essentially baked into the medium. Video games, since their inception, have been heavily tied to computing.
So like before he gets into this, the one thing that I'll add to this is that I think one of the reasons why gaming grows as fast as it does is specifically because of the fact that it's all forms of media combined into one, plus the growth of technology. So you have music, television, storytelling, plays, acting, and it's also a like immersive, interactive experience as well. It's a game that you play, it's a puzzle, it's all those things. So it's like you're watching a movie, listening to a CD, and having an immersive experience all at once, right? So like you're getting everything all at once. It's like the ultimate engagement machine, right? So yeah, it's pretty obvious why games become as popular as they have and why they make as much money as they do. Because they are the ultimate form. In my opinion, don't shoot the messenger, I think that video games are the ultimate form of art.
The entire medium was basically invented by hackers trying to test the limits of what computers could do, with games like Space War and Pong being developed as tech demos and exercises. Even when games started being sold commercially and consoles and arcade cabinets became more...
I never got the robot. I still have my NES, I still have my shooter, and I still have the Square controllers, but I never got the robot. I don't even know what that thing was even for to begin with, to be honest with you.
More ubiquitous, the games developed for them were always pushing forward. You know, the Goombas in Mario only exist because they ran out of storage space.
Mountain Taco Panda. Thank you for the prime.
For more enemies, and just retextured a mushroom and flipped the image back and forth.
I have so many hours. I have so many hours in Super Mario Brothers Original that I still to this day, without even having to think about it, could tell you where almost every secret is in that entire game and rush all the way to the end of it without, and I don't even know how I even have that information. I think it's just from playing the game that long. I know for a fact that the very first mission, let's see here, can I do this? In the very first mission, there is a secret one-up just before the first gap. So like, you know, the gap in the ground where you could fall through. Just before the first gap, right after one of the pipes, the last pipe before the gap, there's a secret one-up that's right there. You continue forward. There's a secret star that's in one of the blocks that's in that first section that you walk to past that. There is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, another secret one-up that is in the tri-form, like the try boxes, the question mark boxes that you got to bounce on. That's right after that. You get through that, you go down into the underground through the pipes. In that second level, you can break through, run up. There's another secret one-up that's actually, it's contained in like the very top section of the bricks. You can get that, And then after you get that, you can just stay in the top section of the bricks, run all the way across to the very end of the level, drop all the way down, and there'll be 3 tunnels that you can use, and each one of them are a warp to different stages. And then you can also use that on a bunch of other ones as well.
Fixed camera angles in Resident Evil exist so they could pre-render the backgrounds and save polygons for the characters and enemies. A lot of early games were constantly coming up with clever strategies to get the most out of the limited hardware they were given. One of the most famous examples that you might know if you're at all into PC gaming is Doom. Developed by id Software and released in 1993, the game was mostly programmed by actual insane person John Carmack, who is the closest we will ever have to a real-life computer wizard, since he decided to optimize and beef up the engine of their previous Wolfenstein 3D to get Doom to run on
Wolfenstein
basically
3D was so
anything with
good.
a chip in it. Then released the source code of the game for free in 1997.
I used to sit back.
To this day,
my brother and I used to my younger brother and I used to play Spear of Destiny. It came randomly installed on our family PC, and we used to think we were like cooking because we'd make like chicken noodle soup, and then we'd put like spices in it. And then we'd like steal money, like we'd steal like random change around the house, and then we'd take it and we'd run off and we go to the corner store down the street and we buy flaming hot Cheetos and drink milk, and play Spear of Destiny and take turns.
Hacking everything from smart fridges to that shitty rabbit AI thing to get them to play the game. Contrast this with the other famous Can It Run Blank game, which is known for the exact opposite reasons. Released in 2007 as a pretty okay sci-fi action shooter, Crysis isn't that memorable for plot or gameplay.
No.
I mean, it's not even the most popular franchise.
No, it was just very, very intensive to run.
But it does have an incredible legacy, because for some reason, Crytek just decided to go fucking insane when it came to the graphics in the game, pushing them so far that Crysis was nearly impossible to run at max settings with consumer-level hardware. It was literally ahead of its time because you needed a graphics card that wasn't publicly available yet to get the most out of the game, meaning it could be used as a benchmark for performance years after it came out.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Gaming has always been inextricably tied to computer culture. In obvious ways, like the associations people have with companies like Nvidia, and in less obvious ones, like how the Xbox is short for Direct Xbox.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. So one of the reasons why Xbox made the reason why Microsoft made the Xbox was actually because some guys that originally were working on the DirectX platform saw that game developers were having a much easier time making games in DirectX and thought, man, wouldn't it be nice if they didn't have to make it in DirectX and then port it to a console, if they could just instead make it in DirectX and then it was for a console that used DirectX to be able to play the games. So the idea that they had came up with, which is literally just a group of developers that were working at Microsoft at the time, was that, hey, wouldn't it be sick if we made a video game console that made it easier for developers to make video games? That was the whole thing. It had nothing to do with the consumer side of things. It had nothing to do with anything else. It was something purely driven. I'm dead serious, but like you can go back and you can actually see some of the original interviews and things like that. Obviously, it became a competition point for Microsoft to directly compete with Sony. That was the reason why they got into it. You know, that's the reason why they okayed it. But the original idea, where it came from, was specifically because of the fact that these dudes wanted to make it easier for developers to make better games and not have to go through the headaches of trying to port those games over onto the Sony PlayStation or onto the PS2 or not PS2, but onto the Sony PlayStation, onto the Dreamcast, or anything else. So it was all about them trying to just make it easier for developers to make video games. I actually have a script and a video that I never actually made, and I feel like I should. I feel like it's a great time for me to do so. But I actually have an entire script that's written that's called The Fall of Xbox. And in it, the whole crux of the video, the whole discussion that I'm trying to have is how far they have gotten away from their original values. And the Xbox Series S is the perfect example of that. They've leaned so far and so hard into consumerism that when they first started, it was Xbox 360 kept the same legacy, by the way. It was all about making games easier to develop on their platform. It was all about making their platform more accessible to players. That's all they ever wanted to do. It wasn't until the Xbox One that all of a sudden they changed. They wanted to go like full consumer direction and just like fuck the developers entirely, which is one of the reasons why they didn't get a lot of games to begin with. But the original Xbox and Xbox 360 were made for developers. Now all of a sudden we live in an era where they have the Xbox Series S, and the Series S is literally making it so difficult for people to be able to make games for them in the first place. It makes it so hard for them to be able to release games on their platform because the Series S is literally a fucking, it's like a weight on their legs. It's too difficult to be able to try to cram some of these games in there. Fuck. Already, the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S both are in the position in which they can barely run like current gen games that are out right now. They're already struggling. Most of them have to be locked to 30 FPS for you to even play in the first place. That would be a good video. Yeah, maybe I should go make that. I don't know. We'll see. I have to make sure I still have the script. I think I do. It's a long motherfucker. I'll be honest. If I make that video, it might be the longest video I ever made.
Microsoft's DirectX technology to make it easier for PC developers to make games for the console. DirectX ironically being the thing you needed on your PC for it to not explode when you tried to run Crysis. And this computer nerd drive to improve technology is still very much around. However, there have been obvious diminishing returns over the years. The leap from the PS1 to the PS2 is bigger than the PS2 to the PS3, which is much bigger than the PS4 to the PS5. Probably because the PS5 has no games. I mean, games are still looking better and better every year, but there's 5 new titles every week that look pretty similar to the last few titles. And a lot of the big players, when it comes to innovation, take years to release.
I think we've also just kind of gotten to the point too where like at one point in time the fidelity is just like where it's going to be. There's only so much the human eye can see. Right now, if I were these game consoles, you know what I'd focus on? Motherfucking frame rate. Frame rate and storage. Fidelity, nobody cares. Like, what do you... Like, most people are going to be playing games in, like, most people are going to be playing games in, like, if it's a console, you're going to be playing games in 1080 or you're going to be playing games in 4K. I don't really think people really stream or watch videos and movies and shit like that in 2K. On like 2K is more of a PC thing. 2K is superior, by the way. You get the high-end fidelity side of 4K, but you also get the better performance of something playing at 1080. More frame rates and better looking graphics at the same time. It's like the perfect middle ground. It's like, it's a sweet spot.
Plus, older games will often get re-released and remastered, coloring our perception of what they looked like. So game to game, generation to generation, it's harder to notice the improvement as it's happening. We are inevitably approaching a point where hardware upgrades and console generations aren't going to mean much. The tools and tech available to game studios are already so plentiful that many games don't use them all. But even if we're not anywhere close to hitting that wall, we're slowing down as we approach it. So to a lot of people, it's really easy to say things haven't gotten better. And speaking of things that I want to look better, my skin. I don't know. I've partnered with Geology for this sponsored video, and I have no idea how to write a segue into that. Listen, they can't all be good transitions. Geology is a 35-time award-winning skin, hair,
I have such a hard time doing
simple and effective skincare and hair care routines
segues into
with ingredients
ads.
that are proven to
I try to
work
get better
and
at
trusted
it,
by
but yeah.
dermatologists. Most people, like myself, know the importance of a skincare routine but don't know where to start, which is why Geology creates a simple and effective routine personalized just for you, to get the results you want to see. Just do a 60-second quiz, tell them your skin goals, and they'll develop a routine and deliver it right to your door. After my quiz, I got this face wash for my sensitive skin,
ads
some
where?
night cream,
In some of my videos, I have
SPF,
sponsors.
and some eye cream for the dark circles
Not a lot
on
of
my
them,
eyes
though.
that I keep getting because
I don't get very many. I turned down quite a few.
5-star reviews and 35 prestigious awards, including nods from Men's Health and the Oprah Daily Grooming Awards. It's clear that Geology is people-proven skincare. They've got easy-to-stick-to routines and products tailored just for you, and they pride themselves on efficacy. It isn't just about looking and feeling good, it's about delivering real results. So stop wasting time sifting through endless products. Head on over to Geology using the link in the description and use my code to get 70% off your personalized skincare trial set and up to 50% off on any add-ons that you add to the trial. It's a great way to get started on your skincare journey. Thank you to Geology, and back to the video. So while I was making my last video, I finally got around to beating the new Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erdtree. And as someone who has played through all of the big FromSoft, Soulsborne, Kiro, whatever you want to call them games, something that immediately grabbed me is this idea of iterative design. Essentially how a studio can learn from a game they made, figure out how to improve some stuff, and put those improvements to work in the next game.
Yeah.
or how they can find something people really liked about one of their games and sort of focus more on that in the next.
So I think like something to bring up with this is that there was a lot of pushback, not a lot, but enough. There were a lot of people that were not super happy with Elden Ring, like the hardcore Dark Souls folks that thought it was too easy. I have a few of those friends, by the way. Many of them were like, yeah, like Elden Ring's cool, but it's not as good as Dark Souls 3. And it's like, yeah, but like what they've kind of figured out is that they kind of got to the point where they grew that audience, that initial Monster Hunter. They grew that initial Elden Ring audience, and now what they're doing is they're trying to grow outside of that, and the only way for you to be able to do that is to make your combat better, make your game more accessible to more people. And this is exactly how you grow within your audience. Yeah, that's exactly how you grow an audience, is by working on your designs and making your designs better and better and better. And that really is, the DLC is hard. Yes, it is. It is actually very hard. But that's what Elden Ring is. That's what Elden Ring represents. It represents, what, 5 or 6, was it? Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1 through 3, Bloodborne, and Sekiro. So 6 games. 6 games of them learning and iterating on their design philosophy of this like Souls-like design and dialing in on exactly what they're trying to make. And yeah, that's exactly what Elden Ring is. It's the masterpiece so far of the design that they've come up with.
This is something that a lot of developers do. FromSoft isn't unique here, but I do.
A ridiculously high quality game for highly skilled players? No, actually. What I would say, it's a ridiculously high quality game for any skill ceiling of players. Any skill ceiling of players. You could be terrible at I am so bad at Elden Ring. I'm so bad at it. But I can just go and level up. Or I can change my tactics and I can go, you know what? I can't beat this boss by myself. I'm going to use a summon. I'm going to use a mimic tier. I'm going to not use this weapon and I'm going to respec and I'm going to just cast magic spells instead and play it ranged. Like there's a lot of different ways for you to be able to go about, solving the issues that you come across in Elden Ring. And that's another one of the reasons why the game is so popular. And another one of the reasons why I think it's like the best, it is the masterpiece of their design, is because they got over that hump where, you're not putting players up against skill ceilings that they can't get over themselves. Players can find the ladder, basically.
I do think they're really good at it, and it's been fun to see their evolution through all of the games that I've played. One of the things that I thought was really cool was how when Elden Ring came out and people were struggling with Millennia, a boss that is very quick and fluid and susceptible to parrying, people said, hey, this is kind of like Sekiro. If this was a Sekiro boss, it would probably be much easier. And so one of the first upgrades you can get in Shadow of the Erdtree, or at least the first one you can visibly see when you start the DLC, is something that lets you parry enemies like Sekiro. I thought that was neat.
I didn't even know that was a
thing. Shows
thing.
FromSoft either listens to their to parry.
Deflecting hard tier. A crystal tier formed slowly over the ages, scattered from sap, can be mixed into the flask of wondrous physic. The resultant concoction temporarily enhances spontaneous guard. I wish there was a permanent version of this. I would love to do like a full like parry build on Elden Ring.
Enemies like Sekiro. I thought that was neat, and something that shows FromSoft either listens to their fans or independently had a similar train of thought. Because you go and fight most of the bosses in the DLC and in the main game with this Sekiro ability, and it's way easier. Especially for someone like me who's already played Sekiro and learned that mechanic. Something else people like me criticized about the main game was that the story and NPC questlines felt sparse. So the DLC has this very direct storyline that involves a ton of characters who can kind of change their ending depending on your choices. People complained about the catacombs, so they all got revamped to much bigger dungeons that usually lead to other areas. There's just a lot of stuff where you can tell the devs saw the shortcomings of the main game and it influenced their design for the DLC. Now, not every edition is amazing. The complaint of over-leveling in the main game is solved with a collectible item that still left me in the exact...
Why would it be... See, the problem is that, like, again, this is one of the things that you need to fucking watch out for. You have to watch out for your hardcore audience, because your hardcore audience will turn you in the wrong direction at times. I don't think that there's any problem with over-leveling in the base game. It is an option. Maybe they could have dialed back how quickly you could over-level. That could be a thing. But for but like that's one of the things that I loved about playing base Elden Ring. If I ran against something that I was having too difficult of a time with, to me, I'd go, I'm not doing enough damage, or I don't have enough health, or I don't have enough, or maybe my equipment's not good enough. I stop the fight. Instead of beating my head up against a wall, I go out, I farm some enemies, I look for some better items, maybe I fix my build and my stats a little bit, then I come back and I fight it, and I overcome the challenge. That's awesome. That's fucking awesome. That's so great. So great.
Same position as before, where I was massively underleveled for some bosses, and then collected all the items and steamrolled all the other bosses. Except the final boss, who is a nightmare of difficulty that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. Because he is my worst enemy. Fuck that guy. But these are still iterative decisions. They are adding on to the previous experience and trying to improve it. The level up system is an early response to the massive challenge of open world game design. The final boss isn't batshit hard out of nowhere, it's just harder than everything that came before. It's using all of the tools they have at their disposal, and it comes alongside all these additional options they've given to help you beat them, like the Sekiro ability. If they have gone too far, which I think they have, it's part of this continual process, where they can learn from it and make a better final boss next time, or even just patch this one to tone it down. Something they already did with the last bullshit hard boss from the main game, who coincidentally is the same fucking guy.
Yeah, see, that's the thing too, is that like it's also like I think there's like a nature to like the best games, and what makes games great is making sure that you're doing your best to being able to like humble yourself for your fans. I think that's probably one of the biggest issues for like Helldivers too, is that like they act like they're humbling themselves, right? They act like they're being humbled by the fans, but they actually really aren't responding to the fans' feedback at all. They're not responding to really any of the criticism that I've seen. And it's kind of crazy, especially like seeing as though so I'm just going to give it, because somebody brings it up in the chat, right? They say GGG and Digital Extremes are exceptional developers. Warframe is amazing. Warframe is amazing when you think about it. Systems they've added over the years. Yeah. So something that I'll tell you this, right? So Digital Extremes, as an example, I make a video that pops off. It does pretty good, right? I made there was like my first video where I complained about my new player experience. I think that video has like 300,000 views or something like that. Did pretty damn good. The Helldivers video that I made recently has over 500,000 views. When Digital Extremes saw what I did, they reached out. They wanted to know more about me. They started watching my streams. They started watching my other videos. They started talking to me, right? They wanted to get more feedback because they saw it as good feedback. It's one of the reasons why I make the videos that I do. I'll be honest with you. My videos are for entertainment value for you, but they are for educational value for developers. Because what I want to do is I want to try to make sure that I'm making videos that when a developer watches that video, that I am clearly explaining my position and criticisms in a way that are actionable. It's a way that they can actually go, I can solve that. That makes sense to me. I try to take whatever a video game community is feeling and whatever I'm feeling about a game and distill it into a solid opinion that makes sense to somebody that wants their game to be better. It's really surprising for me not to see any feedback at all from a video that I make that gets over 500,000 fucking views. By the way, I only have a couple videos that have ever gotten that many views. That's a lot of views. That's a very, very popular video. So it's crazy to see something like that and not see any feedback at all on that side of things. Then again, maybe they see it and they just don't talk about it. I did see just recently that they said that they're hiring a new community manager, and that was something that I brought up in that video too, that I said they really need to work on their community outreach because it's fucking atrocious.
Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree aren't these distinct products built in a vacuum. None of FromSoft's games are. They're points on a line that is trying its best to always move upward. Because keep in mind, this iteration is the only reason Elden Ring exists in the first place. It's the only reason it's good or popular. The only way they make this big, intricate, interconnected world is if people loved Dark Souls back in 2011. They're only making Souls-like games in the first place because people like Demon Souls in 2009. And the incredible lore and story and world design their games are known for has been something they've been working on since...
That shit was revolutionary at the time.
The point is, you do not get a game like Elden Ring first try. You can assemble a talented group of people to make something, but it's going to be really hard to replicate the success of a team that's been working together with the same director on the same types of games on the same engine for over 10 years. Yeah, all of their games are on one custom in-house engine that they've just been adding stuff to since like 2006, by the way. There have been specific mechanics and bosses and ideas in FromSoft games that have gone too far or not far enough. You've gotten things like Bed of Chaos or that fuck-ass snow level from DS2. But the strength of a developer who has been around for a while isn't their ability to just make something good first try, it's in how they make something better on the next.
Yeah.
And again, FromSoft isn't unique in this. Tears of the Kingdom was as good as it was because it's the same director they've had since Skyward Sword.
Fucking incredible game, by the way. Absolutely I loved Tears of the Kingdom. I liked Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom was insanely good. I had so much fun. I had so much fun playing it myself, but I also had so much fun watching other people play because it was so interesting to see how other people would come up with ways to solve puzzles. It was so cool. It's such a unique and interesting way to be able to design a game. Oh, God, it was so good. It was so good. Also, incredibly surprising that the game played as well as it did on the Switch. You want to talk about some people making like a fantasy reality, making that game actually like playable on the Switch is crazy. It's crazy.
With the same producer since Twilight Princess, with the same team for the last several games, building off of Breath of the Wild. They could only get wacky with it and include that much content and detail because they're not starting from scratch. And that specific idea for mashing a bunch of parts together to make contraptions was something they only discovered from people trying to do that in the last game. Even id Software, from back at the beginning of the video, made 4 first-person shooters before Doom. You do not get one of the greatest games ever made without a Hover Tank 1 or a Catacombs 3D.
One thing that I'll say is this, and this is going to be one of the biggest issues for the video game industry moving forward, is the fact that like not only are some gamers aging out of games, but some of the developers are aging out of studios. Outside of the aging out of studios, they're also their salary is aging out of studios. So what you're seeing in a lot of cases is that a lot of when studios go to do layoffs because they have to cut back, they're cutting back from the top end because that's where they're going to be able to get rid of the most money while still being able to hold on to the most assets, right? So you see more times than not that they're hiring people that have less experience, that may be less talented, to be able to come into the studio so that they can get rid of people that are on the higher end, so then they can make more room to have more employees, and then they keep doing that. So you see over time, the institutional knowledge that they have leaves the studio and more people come in, and that's why you start to see some of these games become more vapid over time, is specifically because of the heart of the game, the heart of the idea has been ripped out of it, the soul's no longer there, and now you have people that are new, and it's not their fault, it's just new employees that are there that are puppeting the strings of a corpse more than anything else. And I think Blizzard's a really good example of this, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that some of these studios it doesn't mean that they can't come back. It doesn't mean that those newer developers that come in can't grow to be those guys over time. But the problem is in the higher end of this industry, well, like they're always going to end up finding themselves out on the streets if they do too well for too long, basically. You know, they put 10 years in a studio, they're probably not going to make 10 years in the studio. They're probably going to get laid off before then just because it's going to cost them too much money to hold on to those people. FromSoft has developers retire after Elden Ring because they've been at the company their entire career. Let that sink in. How often do you hear that from a game industry? Zero. You often never hear it. There are some occasions in which you'll hear some developers that will retire from a studio and they don't retire like fully. They'll stay as like a consultant. In other cases, you'll hear people leave a studio or quit, and the reason why they quit is because they want to go make their own studio. Sometimes, you know, creative decisions go in opposite directions, but yeah. Man, I'm hoping that BioWare actually delivers with the new Dragon Age and Mass Effect games. Love to see them return from it. Keep in mind, the vast majority of the people that you love, the vast majority of the people that made the BioWare games that you love do not work at that studio. They are not there anymore. Okay, so but again, I'm going to say this: that does not mean that they cannot produce a good game. It's just going to take longer for that studio to be able to get there, and whether or not EA wants to invest that kind of money for that studio to become the people that they need them to become to make the games that they need to make, that's a completely different story.
Even John Carmack credits his optimization on the Doom engine to porting Wolfenstein 3D to the fucking Super Nintendo and trying to get that to work. So it's not a coincidence that FromSoft and Nintendo, creators of some of the best games of the last few years, have also kept their talent around as long as they have. That they've both been outspoken about not laying anyone off.
Trying to like dodge.
That's kind of really important.
I'll shrink myself
because game development, like any creative endeavor,
I didn't realize I was
is
like right
an
on his
iterative
face.
process, and you need to have been able to have finished something in order to improve on it. Especially if that thing you finished before wasn't the most successful. That's the best way you learn. And I think letting people learn is something the industry ironically needs to learn. Because without that, you're not getting any of these great games. It is actually incredible how big indie games have gotten over the years. I still remember watching Indie Game the Movie back in 2012 and seeing how cool these solo projects were, and over 10 years later, the level of quality has just gone up exponentially. Something like Super Meat Boy or Braid used to be this award-winning achievement, and now games like Celeste and Pizza Tower and Animal Well are all over the place. It feels like at any point you can just pull up Steam's front page and find an indie game released that day that's bound to, oh, never mind, that's...
Yeah, no, like, keep in mind, like video game and being able to design video games in general has become far more accessible over time, just because technology itself has become more accessible. More people in different countries of different like different like brackets within the economy, like whether or not you're talking about like upper class, lower class, middle class, like everybody has access to a lot of this stuff. Bro, pause the punchline. Sorry. I'll rewind to make sure his joke is delivered the right way. So basically games are more accessible to more players because they're more accessible to be developed by more people. It's much easier to get into it nowadays, especially with the rise of AI. People are now being able to code through AI or learn how to code on their own. There was, big coding classes and stuff like that took over the last few years. Tons of websites that are out there right now. I recently did an ad for boot.dev. They have an entire website that's dedicated to teaching you how to code for video games. Like there's tons of different ways for you to be able to learn how to do this stuff nowadays. On top of that, a lot of the engines that are out there do a lot of the legwork for developers. Unreal Engine 5, for as shoddy as some of the games that we've seen that have been produced from it so far, that's not how it's always going to be, and more games are going to come out like Black Myth Wukong that do actually take use of all the tools that it has and uses it in the right way to make a great game. And a lot of that stuff, I mean, it cuts out a lot of the extra labor that they have to take care of, a lot of the other expertise that would be necessary. And as such, games are made for cheaper prices with less people. We get better games. Everybody's all happy. More games end up getting produced.
Sentai. The main couple things that have caused this, pull up Steam's front page and find an indie game released that day that's bound to, oh, never mind, that's hentai.
Yeah.
The main couple things that have caused
we already went through that
explosive growth have been the increase in resources, inspiration,
we went through that today. Luckily, I didn't have the screen open for it.
Back in the day before YouTube and Unity tutorials was a monumental task, because on top of creating the entire thing yourself, you also had to learn everything about all the stuff you used to make it. And aside from some textbooks explaining certain concepts and programming languages, and maybe documentation for the software you were using, you had nothing to go off of. So of course, as all of those individual pieces got more attention and people willing to make tutorials and share insights, it got way easier to make a game.
Okay.
By
So
the
he's
fact
literally
that a
saying,
lot of these
he's literally talking about what I'm talking about. All right.
Unity or Godot got more and more open to the public. You have more options, more people willing to teach you those options, and more people working to make those options better, making your job even easier. Anyone can make a game. I cannot stress that enough. You need zero prior knowledge or experience with anything, because all of it is available to you online. I went to school for 4 years to learn how to code and design these things, but if I had spent those same 4 years just grinding away at a project, I'd be so far ahead it's not even funny.
Especially today with access to the internet, like quite literally just go watch some fucking YouTube videos. Bam, you know how to go to make a video game. It's not obviously that simple. You have to learn and actually like repeat the knowledge that you learn and things like that. And there's probably a lot of videos that you're going to have to watch and a lot of trial and error that you're going to do. But yeah, if you actually devote yourself to something and want to learn how to do something, you can just learn how to do it. There's so many how-to and instructional videos and stuff like that. It's not even funny. I mean, there's entire schools on YouTube that require you to spend nothing because they're making enough money off of ad rev to begin with.
Also, possibly not $60,000 in debt. So because anyone can make a game, a lot of people do, and we have more games than ever. And the cool part about having more games, even in the AAA space where they're so big and technical that one person couldn't possibly dream of replicating them, is that they all serve as inspiration. Every game that comes out is a game that then exists forever to give you an idea to make a new one. And a lot of the best ideas are just other ideas smashed together.
Yeah.
Harvest Moon and pixel graphics, Stardew Valley, Dark Souls, Metroidvania, Hollow Knight, roguelike deck builder and gambling, Balatro. None of these are like concepts nobody else could ever come up with.
Baby.
Someone just had the will to make them, and they made them really good. So on top of this idea of iteration we've discussed within one studio, you have this whole other realm of iteration on top of pre-existing games from other people. And that's what's driven a lot of the most creative ideas and projects across all of gaming, but especially in the indie space.
Yeah.
Because competition is so much more fierce.
Yeah.
Now it's not just that you're making a new game by yourself or with a small team. Now you're making a game to hopefully be better than the last one made by one person or a small team. And you're competing with theoretically anybody that just sits down one day and wants to make something.
I think something to bring up with this, like a really good example, is that we have, like Balatro as an example, right? Balatro comes out, fucking crushes it. It's really the only game of its kind. I think there's actually like a craps game or something like that that was kind of similar, but outside of that, there really wasn't anything else that's out there. Next thing you know, within a few months, within less than a year since Balatro's release, now you have Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers, right? Now you're gonna have a bunch of other people that are gonna go to try to do the exact same thing, where every single one of them are gonna go, I'm gonna make a roguelite deck builder that's like, I don't know, Uno, or I'm trying to think of like other card games. King's Cup. I don't know.
Bar has been set. Indie Game the Movie is already out there. People have become billionaires developing video games.
Yeah.
So there is all this push and drive to get better and better, faster and faster, in an environment that is able to push things out and evolve quicker than the big developers can. And the result for players is just a ton of games all coming out all the time that are constantly improving. You get games like Hades and Sifu that look like they could be made by a studio 10 times their size. Inscription and Outer Wilds, which seem to permanently affect the people who play them. War Thunder, which I just found on an IGN list of top 100 indie games. Above Castle Crashers? Who fucking wrote this thing? We are getting to the point where we're actively blurring the definition of indie game because these studios are getting so big that they're getting picked up by and competing with AAA publishers.
Yeah, they are.
That's an absolute nightmare to try and argue about in the comments of a YouTube video, but it's a blessing for the community, who reap the rewards of all of these games that are much bigger and more expansive than ever before. So video games are getting better technologically.
The other thing to say with that too is that like one of the biggest benefits that indie has is that like AAA is not trying to compete with indie, right? They're not trying to compete with indie. So like at least they don't have to worry about them. They just have to worry about one another. But like the biggest benefit to us is that chances are what ends up happening is that every single time one of these games pop off, sometimes they end up getting support from bigger studios and publishers, which allow them to make sure that their next project is even bigger than the last. There's just different ways of going about it. You know, you look at like Larian Studios as an example. Before they released Divinity Original Sin 1, Divinity Original Sin 1. That was all self-funded. They almost went bankrupt. Everything that they did it was like crowdfunded partially, right? And then after that, they just chose to remain themselves. I think they sold like 30% of the stake in the company to Tencent or something like that, just for extra funding for Divinity Original Sin 2. Did the same thing, ended up being successful, still maintaining and containing everything within the studio. Sven Vinka and his wife are the majority owners of the company entirely. So like whoever else is going to be coming in after that is going to be somebody they're handing the reins off to, right? But yeah. That is the biggest benefit, is the bigger these games get, the more attention they get, the better games we get in general, because chances are, I think another really good example to bring up for something like this, look at Diablo 4. Diablo 4 has improved significantly since the release of Last Epoch. Once Last Epoch had its 1.0 release, all of a sudden there was a bunch of mechanics from Last Epoch that found its way into Diablo 4. So by extension, these indie games, when they when they succeed, they end up actually influencing our AAA products and making our premium products even better, right? The innovators innovate, copiers copy, and at the end of the day, the gamer always is the one that benefits.
Getting better game to game. And even between different developers, they're getting better as it becomes easier to make them, more people get into the industry, and competition increases. That sounds to me like things are better than they've ever been. And yet, for every positive point I've made, you could make an equally negative one. Graphics are improving slower and slower, so companies are remastering old games instead of focusing on new ones, because it's cheaper and makes easy money. GTA 6 is taking about a decade to make, with an unhealthy long development cycle, and a rumored cost of over $2 billion just to look as good as it does. Companies like FromSoft and Nintendo are rarities in the current industry, with bigger competitors like Microsoft more willing to just close an entire studio even after they release an award-winning game.
Close another studio and then buy another studio, or open another studio after closing another studio. Luckily from this whole thing though is that I think Tango Gameworks ended up getting picked up by, they got picked up by somebody, the people with PUBG. I can't remember the name of the publisher. I don't remember what they are.
Meaning very few game devs have the ability to learn and iterate on prior releases, because in all likelihood they might just get fired after one. That competition in the indie scene means that if you're not grinding yourself to the bone to make something that can compete with the best the industry has to offer, you might not sell enough copies to make a living, with even high-profile developers like Jonathan Blow re-releasing old games to terrible sales in an attempt to get by. It would be incredibly easy for me to flip this entire video on its head and scare you by bringing up all the problems surrounding the industry, tell you how all these good things are actually bad. And that's common territory for videos like this to get into. I've ended many videos on my channel in a similar way. But now, I really want to ask why. Because the one part of gaming that I think certainly feels like it's getting worse lately is sentiment. How people are talking about the industry and the way we're discussing it online. That feels demonstrably more negative than it was even a few years ago. You've got...
I think a lot of this... I'm going to cut him off because I don't know where he's going to end up going with it, but I think a lot of this actually just has to do with the media's portrayal. And also, like, it's like the media's portrayal of gaming and gamers and stuff like that, as well as other issues that we're seeing in the industry within, like social politics and stuff that are being, like, bled into games in the wrong way.
Constant videos and tweets and articles saying gaming is dead, this studio is ruined, this franchise isn't the same anymore. Just a never-ending stream of people saying that things are worse than ever. And it's really frustrating to see that when they're often not. Like just recently, I saw a tweet regarding Helldivers 2. Big game, you might have heard about it, absolutely took over the internet for a while. And this tweet was saying that the game had completely fallen off. Quote, "It is truly astounding how a company turned their Game of the Year contender into a desolate wasteland in just 6 months." And that's just wrong. Helldivers 2 has an active daily player base of over 38,000 people every day. That is what it's had for months. The game is still one of the most active on all of Steam, but it had a balance patch that some people didn't like, so they have...
See, that's, I mean, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here that he just didn't really do like the research on this or really understand the general sentiment of it. Because this is a little bit more, it's a little bit more nuanced than what he thinks it is.
To talk about the game like it's dying. In fact, that's a very common way to speak about a game you don't like.
Because he was right. He said 38,000 players, right? 38,000 players. And he made this video 2 days ago. And now it's 22. Minus 12. And today, right now, this is like peak gaming time, right? We're in like the peak gaming hours, and it's only at 18,000. So it's likely going to be even worse the next day. So it's just there's a little bit more nuance to the discussion than that. So maybe he's just not a part of the community or the game or anything like that. It's not that big of a deal to me.
dead because it
Right
doesn't have
argument, wrong
anyone
example,
playing.
yes.
Something people repeat so much, you'd think there was a problem with games retaining their audience. Yet, in 2019, the number of games on Steam with over 10,000 active daily players was about 26. In 2024, that number is over 100. So again, the sentiment of gaming feels much worse than the problems actually are, and the actual problems are much older and more common than you might think. Need I remind you, the developers featured in Indie Game the Movie have been on record to say they often worked so hard they forgot to eat, because indie game development in 2009 was so stressful and competitive. The gaming industry had so many layoffs leading into 2012 that news outlets compiled lists of companies and employees affected in the same way they made a chart in 2023.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I forgot about the big layoffs in the 2010s.
And the tally was over 11,000 people. And drives to push graphics forward have been expensive, risky endeavors since Final Fantasy VII spent $21 million on just hardware for the game, which is still to this day one of the most expensive ever made. None of these problems are new. You can say that they've gotten worse recently, but you can also say that the industry has just gotten much larger. Games are more profitable, so they get bigger budgets and more time to make them.
I'm actually gonna say like I get where he's coming from with this, but I think that like a lot of the issues that we're having right now also come down to the fact that a lot of these studios and projects are being mismanaged. Way too much money's being spent. Way too much money's being spent. They're being over budgeted. They're over hiring. They're hiring to fire. Right? That's a common thing that you see in the industry. Well, you'll see them. They'll go out and they'll pick up a bunch of people for a project, knowing that they're going to lay off like 40% of that staff once the game is released. And that's a problem. It really is a problem. So I think there's an incompetence in management at some of these studios. Poor market research is leading to some games coming out and failing immediately. It kind of goes back to one of the things I talked about earlier while we were watching this, which is like how, you know, some of that institutional knowledge that's necessary to make your game successful is no longer there. And that's one of the reasons why, when he was bringing up before how he says, you know, oh, this franchise is dying. Oh, this game doesn't feel the same anymore. It's because the games genuinely don't. They don't feel the same anymore because the same people aren't working on those games anymore. The soul that you used to love is no longer in that studio, in that game. And as such, the player starts to feel it over time because the vision's not the same. The creativity's not the same. The motivations to make the game and why they're making the game aren't the same.
There's more people working in the industry to lay off, more indie success stories to hear tales of crunch from. Now, that doesn't mean these aren't problems. It doesn't mean they're not bad. In fact, these issues being so prevalent for so long should probably tell you we need to fix them. But none of this is evidence that gaming is dead or getting worse.
No.
And yet people keep on saying that because we really underestimate how powerful negativity is.
The reason why people are saying gaming is dead or games are dying or whatever it is are people that have zero taste and don't play anything other than like one or two games. The people that are saying like gaming is dying are people that only play first person shooters. I'm just gonna be real. Gaming's in its fucking glow up. Are you kidding me? Gaming's exploded. The amount of high quality games that we have access to today, the amount of AAA games, AA games, single A games, as well as probably a little bit less on the AAA side, but definitely more on the indie side. There are a ton of games that are out there, incredible experiences to be had. But the problem is that you have people that have a general narrow scope on what they're playing, and as such, because their game is dying and their game is less fun to play, and they don't want to go play anything else that's out there or branch out into any other genres, yeah, from their perspective, it sucks. It sucks. I would feel like gaming is dying if all I ever played was Call of Duty.
Getting someone to feel a negative emotion is one of the most effective ways you can get them to care about something, to get them to act. In my case, I like to talk about issues in different industries and bring awareness to them and get people invested. You might not give a shit about game developers, but if I show you a game you liked and how hard people worked on it and how bad they got treated and how the studio got shut down, well, now suddenly you might care a little bit. And getting you to care can get you to act when another studio needs support, or when workers go on strike, or when greedy executives do something bad and people should go after them. Now, that's my reasoning to use negative emotion to persuade people, and everyone does it. It's not an inherently bad thing, but it can be used for a bad purpose. You can have reasons to use it that aren't great, especially on social media, where it gets you more attention, views, and followers. The more negative
we talked
you
about
are.
this earlier with game
15K likes
journalists.
on a tweet that isn't even true. People have realized that they can get more attention to their cause if they tell you that everything is fucked and the industry is dying and developers hate you and you need to stop them. So that's the fuel for so many discussions online. It's the secret sauce behind a lot of the discourse. Keep people feeling bad because it's the best way to get them on your side. And this is why sentiment feels like it's getting even worse, even if everything else is getting better.
Yeah, bad news
spreads gaming from a bird's eye
10 times
view
worse.
over a several year time span. It's a very positive trend. It's a line going up with dips and dives here and there, but ultimately a lot of improvement. But when you zoom in on any specific moment in time, of course you're going to find tons of issues and problems and scary trends that seem very threatening, especially when you're living through them. And the sort of paradox of it all is that these issues can be very real. And just because things might get better anyways doesn't mean we shouldn't try to fix it right now.
Yeah, there's plenty of issues that are in the industry today that they do need to focus on fixing. One is definitely the culture of hiring for firing. It's stupid. It's dumb. It's worthless in an industry like this. If you're going to be doing that, then you need to be hiring a consultancy agency instead of anything else. You're going to have you need to have another company do your QA testing if you're just going to lay off the QA folks once your game comes out. Same thing goes for your narrative writers or whatever it might be. You need to use these kind of things, consultancies or whatever else, to be able to help you. Contractors is what you really need. Contractors to be able to help you get through some of this work in the first place. Outside of that, the other thing that I'll say is that there just needs to be a better form of leadership within the industry. And I think that we're getting into a weird position in which the visionaries that started the biggest companies are gone, and the people that are running these companies don't necessarily know what they're doing, and as such we're getting subpar products, and the consumers know that, and that's why there's unrest with it. But at the same time, you can always sit here and look at say the glass is half full, because there's tons of other companies for you to go to instead. There's tons of other developers that are out there that are making absolutely fantastic games right now that you can go support instead. And if you go support them instead, then that means that other studio's getting less money. And if that other studio gets less money, well, then chances are they're going to they have two choices. Either you fix what you have that's wrong with your studio, wrong with your games, or you go out of business. It's one of the two. It's one of the two.
It doesn't mean we shouldn't care, but we also shouldn't let the negativity consume us. We shouldn't spend every waking moment stressing out about this, thinking the whole world is falling apart. Because
that's the other thing too, though. I'm going to stop him on that one, because I see this actually from a lot of games journalists pretty frequently. Is that people don't necessarily think that the world is falling apart. I think that talking critically about the industry, talking critically about games, talking critically in conversation in general, you don't want to avoid negative criticism and negative discussions entirely. Otherwise, your concerns aren't heard. And that's really what it is. The reason why people are upset and the reason why people are angry is because they love the games that they want to play, but for some odd reason, some games just aren't meeting up with the expectations that they have, right? So it's not that you hate it, you want it to go away and you want it all to burn. No, that's not what the case is. It's just you want better games. That's all I want.
There's only so much we can do, and too many bad emotions can just lead to us giving up entirely. Being negative about the industry can ironically be used in a very positive way. I don't think we should just stop using it entirely, even if such a thing were possible, but I do think we should be more aware of how we're using it. And we should definitely be more aware of how others are using it against us, because it can color our perception over time, make us think things are worse than they really are. So to answer the question of, is gaming better than ever? I think, personally it is. But I don't think it's better because graphics are prettier, or games are more complex, or studios are more plentiful. I think it's better because we have the power to make it better. We've always had the power to make it better. And I've seen firsthand that when you give people that power, they'll use it. And they have used it, despite the issues and the problems and the scary trends. They've used that power and pushed forward. They've worked toward the common goal that we all have, to make this the best space it can possibly be. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Yeah.
Hey,
no, that was a good video, man. That was actually really good. I like the way that he approached some of the topics and stuff like that. I mean, obviously there's some things that I disagree with him on, at least on the approach for the most part, but I think that he's right. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I make the videos that I make and how I word things the way that I do, is because I think that, you know, one of the problems that I have, and I've talked about this in videos, I've said this 100 times by now, gamers are really good at pointing out issues, but they're not very good at communicating what their problems are and communicating effectively. Oftentimes it ends up just being memes or mean things that they say on the internet, or you have like the fringe weirdos that are actually like going after developers and stuff online and going after their social media and stuff like that and trying to find out where they live. You have a bunch of weirdos that are out there. Gamers are not necessarily the best at communicating. That is the problem. One of the reasons why I like to make my videos is because I think it's a really good opportunity for me to just kind of sit back, meditate, think about the issues or the complaints a community has about something, and then try to dissect that and word it in a very clear manner so that the message gets across. I think it's really important to make sure the message gets across. And I think that if I had to say something that I think that I do really well, I think I get the message across the right way. He does too, by the way. This is a great video. I'll share this to you guys. It's actually in the Discord in the React section, so it'll stay in there. But make sure to give it a like and give it a sub if you'd like to watch the guy or anything like that. I'll share it in chat. I don't even feel like it. I was going to watch this, but I'm probably gonna hold off. We already saw that. And then I saw Verdansk is coming back to Call of Duty. I gotta look into this more. I didn't know that was actually gonna happen. Run it back. Verdansk is returning to Call of Duty. Call of Duty Warzone in 2025. They are desperate. Like I'm sorry, but like the fact that it took them so fucking long to do this, and this is like the one thing people have been asking for. I just fell to my knees in the GameStop parking lot. I just saw a gamer fall to their knees in the GameStop parking lot. Biggest W, we're coming home. They're doing everything right this year. We have come full circle. Please never pull a Warzone 2 again. Back where it all started. Let's go. I'm back. We're finally back. I'll be honest with you. It's going to be really, really hard for me to try to avoid playing Warzone in Verdansk. I love Verdansk. I do. There's some copium right there. Yeah, there's a lot of copium. We're so back. Like the game's just like immediately fixed now. It's the best game ever. You guys don't know that? You don't know it just became the best game ever? How do you not see that? How can you not tell? How can you not tell? Honestly, I wish they would have done it a couple years ago. I wish they would have done it. Yeah, we're back 2 weeks later. Yeah, well, you already know that. This version of Verdansk is worse. It's the worst version of Verdansk I've ever seen. Me and my homies hate Verdansk. Where it be? 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 Where? Let me change my Twitch thingy. Bam. Gaming. Rar. And you're disappointed in 2 weeks? Yeah, Verdansk fell off. Gaming is truly dead. So true. It's so true. It hurts. Call of Duty is dead. Well, here's the thing. Like, Call of Duty is never going to be good because they never get rid of cheaters. Oh, I missed this. This is important before you launch Risk of Rain. Make sure any secondary input method for the game you could think of is unplugged or it'll wipe your save. What the fuck? Later, Tickle. Dude, all my stuff is like all messed up. Why is chat like in the middle of the screen? I'm gonna put you guys like right here. You guys ready to jam? How's the volume right now? Do I need to bring it down? Risk of Rain had some issues recently. Well, we're gonna see how bad it is. Slightly loud. I can fix that. I can fix that. Actually, I shouldn't do that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna crank it so it's super fucking loud, like destroy your ears. Okay, that should be much better. That should be much better. Played before, or is this a first view? Oh no, I've played a couple hours of this game. I've played a couple hours. Is that Baruch? Yeah, this is the new character. And then there's 2 hidden characters as well. Should I turn off Survivors of the Void? Or should I leave Survivors of the Void up? How many expansions will they have? I don't know. They've had 2 so far. Survivors of the Void and Seekers of the Storm. Which I really like the Void Fiend. It's a lot of fun. I'm interested to try the new character though. You have to reset your settings every time you launch the game. Okay, we'll see. I'm just gonna run it. I'm just gonna run it. No, these are my original settings. Oh, okay. Fist punchies. Okay. What's my secondary? Shit. You have to aim that? It's like an AoE on the ground. Can I hold it? Shift is a flight mechanic. I can't control it. Oh, it does damage to me over time. Okay. So this is, I can hold it. Very, oh, it stuns too. All right. I should have actually read the abilities. Does the dash do anything? Oh, dash stuns too and does damage. Holy shit. This is kind of busted, right? This is kind of busted, right? Am I wrong? Check graphical settings. $60 FPS is what I had it locked to before. Resolution's right on the money. Yeah, everything's as it's always been. Oh, okay, that sucked. I gotta be careful when I aim that. Give me your money. Give me your money. Is it still loud? I don't want it to be too quiet because I want you guys to be able to jam out. Kinda. Put it down to 75. Put it to 80. There you go. That should be comfortable listening. The range on this is really good. Hitboxes are actually pretty generous as well. Okay, we got our monies. Let's see. Can we get some stuff? What's up, son? Wow! I like that a lot, actually. Oh, what's my 4? Oh, these are directionals. Did I get it? What does that do? What is that fan thing? What's the fan thing? Can somebody tell what the fan is? I don't know if anybody's already played this already or not. You can revive fellow players. This is some Naruto shit. Yeah, it kind of feels like it. Once you use it 7 times in a stage, you get a revive, like a self-revive. Oh, that is fucking super nice. What a find. Yeah, YouTube is always very delayed. Twitch is pretty much right on the money. Oh, it's a teammate revive? Does it serve any use to the player? Or like to the controller? Character controller? What is that? What is this? We can grab this. I probably need to like boogie though. I'm taking a little bit too long on this stage. It's good you cap 60 FPS. I always have it capped at 60 FPS because like even though like my computer can do like higher frame rates, I always found that this game would get like kind of fucky if I had FPS not locked. Because this game gets a little out of fucking control sometimes. But I mean, what do I mean sometimes? All the fucking time this game gets out of control. I could probably actually maybe make my mouse a little more sensitive, to be honest. I'm gonna do that actually. Keyboard or mouse, sensitivity. Let's up this to like 30. It's much more comfortable. Yeah. Is that case up there? It is, yeah. Especially, I don't know, I was playing Risk of Rain 2 at 240 FPS, smooth as fuck. It's just sometimes like, how do I explain it? This, it does angle. Holy shit, this character is busted. What the fuck? Who thought this was okay? I mean, I'm not bitching about it. I think it's awesome. Look at that, 2 bosses. Fuck, dude. Fuck. Will I survive it? I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, some crit rate? Maybe. Maybe. We got. Damage heals me? This heals me too, doesn't it? Yeah. Gives me a shield too. That's nice. Heal over time. Okay. There's got to be some more shit here. God, dude, the soundtrack for this game is so good. The amount of times I've just straight up played this game and my brain just turned off. So many heals. Fuck yeah, dude. Survivability is where it's at. And teddy bears would be really nice. I probably should have turned off Survivors of the Void, so then I wouldn't have to worry about ruining that shit. Yeah. All fucking day. Attack speed, right? Yeah. I still remember most of my stuff with this game. Lord knows I put in enough hours to be able to remember things. Anything up here? You? I don't want to miss any boxes. I'm gonna need them for this fight anyway. Recycler down there. Do I want to recycle anything? Yes, actually. Yeah, okay. Got. Ooh, bleeds. And ooh, damn, I'm at. Chat, I'm gonna be real. I'm kind of fucking popping off right now. I'm gonna be really mad if I die because I got like really lucky on my whites. Like outside of this, but we just get rid of that. Not a big deal. Is there anything else I want to get rid of? Not really. I think holding on to the heal is probably not a bad idea. Yeah, thank you. I really don't want to be on this stage this long, but it kind of is what it is. I'm fighting like 3 bosses, I think, right? So it's probably worthwhile for me to try to get as much stuff as I can. Get a little drone action going. All right, I think we can get to the boss now. Is this normal? No, this is not normal. What is a Halcyon Shrine? Fuck her. Wait, I can heal this thing? Is that what it is? Oh, I can heal my bots. That's kind of cool. All right, let's see what this thing is. What's happening? Just oh, it's draining my money? What is it draining my money for? What is it draining my money for? You knocked me out, you piece of shit. Damn, it just keeps spawning these enemies, huh? I'm gonna take it all the way. I guess. I don't know. Like, is it gonna stop? Where did... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It actually... Where'd he go? Damn, he's too fast for his own good. It spawns a boss? Come on, dude. This box. Holy shit, you hurt. But I hurt more, motherfucker. I ain't scared of you, son. I ain't scared of you, son. You ain't nobody. You're nobody. Let me stack them bleeds on you. Any more bleeds, to be honest. Like, this character's a little underpowered. Not like too underpowered, but a little. So what do I get? Do I get anything from this or no? I'm taking way too long on this. Ooh, okay. What's this? Receive blessings. Oh, okay. So I just get to pick what I want. Okay, so attack speed for sure. Fuck off for a second. Part of me wants to take this portal, but like I also have 2 boss shrines, and I really want the boss loot. I'll take a bomb and a soda. Oh, that is awesome. You actually just get to pick your rewards. Fuck, that thing is awesome. Do I take the portal? Yeah, take the bosses, do the portal. Good idea. Yeah, you're right. You're right. This is gonna be 3 bosses. It's gonna be tough, but at the same time, it's gonna be good loot. I'm gonna need it anyway, because I'm already in medium. Oh, God. Oh, it's 4 bosses. Spicy. Good lord. Things are already out of fucking control. Jesus, there's so many enemies already. Good lord. Oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Doesn't this heal me? Up, down, left. Yeah, it does. Okay. I think it actually increases my damage too. Unless I'm seeing things. I might be just seeing things. There's a lot of numbers on the screen. Down. Yeah, it does increase my damage. A little bit, but it's, you know, it's something. Something's better than nothing. One more boss. Get out of my way. Hi. Big loot situation. Ukuleles. Ooh, it was so worth it. It was so worth it. And I even got a homie. And I got a homie. That's why you capped FPS. Yep, and that's why you cap FPS. Yep, exactly. Exactly. All right. All right. All right. Yeah, ukes are fucking nice, dude. Are you kidding me? That was so worth it. Come on, homie. Oh, did they kill my turret? I think they did. No, he's still here. Cool. Okay. This is not familiar. Dude, it's so weird seeing new levels in fucking Risk of Rain. What the fuck? I don't even know where to go. Do you guys ever feel like you sometimes you don't like changes in a game you're super familiar with because it makes you feel weird because you're like, wait, where the fuck am I supposed to go? What am I supposed to be doing here? Okay, so we got a station there. Ooh, new song though. Bro, the dude that does the music for this game I hold him in the same regard as like Boris from Larian Studios, Baldur's Gate 3 and Divinity. Like these motherfuckers cook. They cook. Can you do something? You stand there? Can I hit you from the ground with this? Or no, probably not. No. I'm dead anyway. What is that? I guess I take the thing I'm not familiar with. What is this? Chance to reflect incoming damage? Antler shield. Oh, that's interesting. Killing bot. That's an interesting one. Chance to reflect incoming damage. That seems like it could be pretty fucking... Actually, that seems like it could be really fucking strong. I wonder if that procs. Like, I wonder if there's an interaction with that, like, proccing, like, Celestial Dagger or something like that. Celestial Dagger, by the way, is my favorite, legendary. It's just so satisfying to like kill a bunch of stuff and watch everything die like immediately. We take coffee. I don't know what the other one is, but when you get the chance to get coffee, you get coffee. When you get when you get a chance to get a mocha, which by the way I prefer mocha over any other kind of coffee, because I'm a fucking pussy. And it's just what I like. But when you have the opportunity to, that's what you get. Okay, that's what you get. If I could figure out, you know what I need to do? I need to figure out a way to be able to make like an entire like an entire jug of like iced mocha. I would just drink that. What I do now is I make like a hot mocha and then I put ice cubes in it. So then I end up just drinking like a lukewarm mocha. It does nothing, but the equipment doesn't do anything. Is that what you're saying? We'll take mitigation. Turtle shell is always nice to have. And I get a yeah, I'll take Molotov, that's fine. I would rather see a like what is the hunting rifle or whatever. Bro, this song. Hold on a minute. Hold on. What is this? Steak. Oh, is it that you have to like bring these items? So that looks like the slug, the steak, and then the health thing. Yeah, I don't have those. Is this how you get the character? It's the chef, so it must be. Bro! Ugh! This soundtrack is just so good! Play a roguelite, get a concert. What is this? Shrine of Shaping. 30%. Okay, it takes 30% of my health. What does it do? To change the boss or something like that? I need to find some more chests before I fucking get out of here. What is this? Greens. Ooh. I don't want to lose my greens because I don't. If I had a fucking recycle machine, I would use it. I don't want to get rid of my band that I already have. Nor do I really want to get rid of my ukes either. Like, bands would be really nice. Don't get me wrong. Like, bands sound fantastic, but where's some fucking cases up in this bitch? I'm taking like way too long on these levels, but it kind of just is what it is. I'm trying to explore and see like what level, like how layered they are, and see where everything is. That's a healing shrine. I don't want that. There's just no fucking loot here or what? What is this? Stun grenades? No, not really interested in stuns. I already have, I have plenty of stuns myself. I don't need to get anything extra for stuns. Nothing in here either, huh? Now these dickheads are spawning? Yeah, I probably should just get a move on maybe. Yeah. I thought there'd be more loot here, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of loot. Not seeing a whole lot of loot, guys. This is where I started. That's that healing shrine. What's this? Oh, that's the item that I dropped earlier. All right, we're gonna move on. I might actually be able to see loot if I open this. Another beetle queen, really. Looks like there's something right there. What's that? Where is she? I fucked that up. You fuck off. No. Ah, you motherfucker. Okay, hop up here. Check this out. What we get? I mean, that's not bad. It's not necessarily what I want, but it's not bad. Oh wow, that invincibility through that? That's crazy. What the fuck? Poor Mark LD stole all of his loot all the time, I'm guessing. I did, actually. I stole the loot from fucking Mark every fucking time. And he gets so mad about it, too. And then he'd do it back to me. Kind of bullshit. Take a green portal again. Why not? See what this game has to offer. Probably should have actually tried to sacrifice a couple of things that I had to see if I could get any more. Oh shit. Fuck, I'm like right in the shit. What is going on? Guys, I just got here. And pot bros? Jesus. Welcome to the show, apparently. Good way to earn some money right off the bat, though. I ain't got no problem with that. Nope. I don't think so. Do not think so, son. No way, no how. You're still alive? Ant bro caught sleeping. Ooh. I can't see what the other one is. Ooh, man. Do I take crowbar or do I take... I feel like I gotta take movement speed. Crowbar would be really nice too, though. I gotta take movement speed. Especially because Goat Hoof is just like straight up, just like general movement speed, and it's really good for strafing. This stage has a lot of scary enemies. I see. I like this. I actually like the stage design. Bro, what is this, like, smooth jazz? What the fuck? Ooh, secondary skill. Yeah, let's take that. Now they can catch in both hands. Oh, these motherfuckers. I hate those things so much. I get killed by those because I, like, don't see them. Smooth jazz into fucking like rock solos. Into like EDM. They never fail to impress with their soundtrack in this game. It's absolutely fucking insane. What is that one? Chance to increase rarity of chance. Oh, shrines. Ooh, that's kind of nice, actually. I am a shrine enjoyer. I am a shrine enjoyer. I would like to be able to get more bleeds. Bleeds would be really nice. I wonder if I can get away with playing Risk of Rain music for stream. And then people wonder why video games are so popular. Seriously. Tosanabasi was pretty good. Tosanabasi was a fucking legend, dude. I'm not really worried about that. 20% chance is actually really good, though. I probably should have kept it, but I'm not really worried about it. I'm gonna get rid of this, too. I'd be able to buy a yellow somewhere. Are there any of the other greens I want to get rid of? Oh, I think the other ones are fine. There's got to be some loot here, though. Like, we've really got a lot of loot. I'm hungry for the loot, man. It's kind of a small level, huh? That was a little bit bigger than it actually is. We might be tapping that. I don't know. We'll see what it gives us. Gasoline. Why did I walk right into that? Gotta kill the thing immediately, though. Fuck out of here. What is it? So I can't crit. I can't remember what the other side effect is. You can't crit, but what else? What do I get instead of critting? I don't remember the void stuff. I can't crit, but what? I'll wait for somebody. I'll wait for somebody to answer that. I don't want to grab it just yet. I'll leave it. Increase crit damage. Oh, chance for insta-kill instead of crit. Honestly, why not? It's way better on something that has faster fire rate. But I still have a lot of AoE and stuff. So there's still some chances for it to go off. It's really, really good for like, it's probably one of the best ones for like the robot. And it's also really good for, like, I never remember the names of them. There's like the twin pistol one as well that's really good for. But outside of that, that's pretty much the only two that it's really like worthwhile grabbing. I'll grab one more case and then I'll hit 2 more cases actually. There's one here and there's one more across. Ooh, what is this one? On hit, enemies are knocked into the air. Interesting. Sure, we'll do this whole thing. I don't understand what the soul thing does. I think it just summons another green portal, doesn't it? Play Dune Strider. Man, I wish I had a fucking... I wish I had the hunting rifle. Hunting rifle is so good right now. I'd be able to grab their fucking pot, like life siphon. Let's do this. I'm getting cooked. Actually, I don't even know why I'm dying. Well, I know I died right there. I don't even see what I was getting hit by. Maybe was it like a visual bug and I wasn't seeing the health thing? Oh, it revived me. Oh shit, okay. Okay, so it was right. You do get a self revive. Okay, I gotta take these motherfuckers out. These are the ones that are killing me here. Nope. Oh, that also took a shitload of my life. I gotta be careful about that. This motherfucker can one-shot me. One of you guys could be like super, super cool, and when you die, you could drop your health orb thing. That'd be really cool, by the way. Not that you'd want to do that, but in case you thought about it, I thought it would be a good idea. That'd be really cool of you to do, actually. I'd be really, really, really grateful for something like that. God, you're fucking unkillable. Please die. Thank you. One down. Other one will go down quick. That's 2. Nyeh. That's not bad, but all right. The soul thing gives you a 30% health. Oh, that's what it is. And you revive. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, this is fucking cool looking. What the fuck is this? They're just lights. Crack the geode. What did that do? It gave me like a shield while I'm in it? Is that what it all was? Okay. Yo! 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 What the fuck's going on? Why? 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 Spicy. Who's doing this? Stop it. Is it you? Is it you? I don't see any chests here. Is this not like a farming stage? Is it just a boss or something? What is this? I'm probably gonna get smoked here. God damn, the lightning. It's hard to do damage when the lightning's coming down. I don't really have a lot of movement speed yet. I'm not seeing any. Oh, no, there's loot. Ow. Good lord. This place is spicy. almost killed myself. Down, up, down, down. Oh. I just don't have enough. I just don't have enough. Oh my god, there's so much lightning. I'm gonna die if I try to go the other way because I don't have any health. Can something spawn over here and I can kill it? What did I do? I fucked up, guys. I'm gonna be real with you. I fucked up. Yep. I fucked up. Yeah, I didn't have anything for healing. I got cooked, dude. I got cooked. Damn. Damn. It's pretty good though. I mean, the new stages are cool. I actually really like the new characters design. At least the first one that I've gotten so far. Yeah, I'd have to argue this is probably like the best movement character they have in the entire game. I mean, Loader, right? Is that what his name is? Loader? Yeah, Loader. I mean, Loader has really good movement too, but Loader's a little bit more, has like a much higher skill ceiling. New soundtrack is dope as fuck. New soundtrack is fucking insane. Are you kidding me? Great run until it wasn't. Hey, look, you know what? I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm just let you guys know. I'm not a professional at this game. Okay, not a professional. My name is not Wooly. But yeah. All right, let's try it again. I guess. Let's try it back. Maybe I should try something else. I should play something that I actually know how to play. Commando? Commando can be fun. Huntress is fucking super fun. Gearbox needs to fire Randy and all of their writers. Fuck are you telling? Randy Pitchford is a fucking bane to gaming. Wooly is great. I love Wooly. Why does Twitch put the stream inside of a black box? What do you mean? Yeah, they're joking around. Yes, but Randy is AIDS. First one I tried. Yeah. Huntress is really good. I also really like Bandit. Multi is good. I still have yet to ever get his. I never get lucky enough that I can get his other ability. I like just bad RNG, just terrible RNG every single time. Engineer is probably. Engineer is probably my favorite, I think. No. My favorite is Mercenary. Mercenary is my 100% favorite, without a doubt. I really do like Engineer, though. Engineer has like a really high skill ceiling. It gets really fucking busted later. I shouldn't say that. It has a really low skill floor, to be honest. It's actually like a really easy one to use. A lot of turrets and stuff like that. It gets really strong. You wanna know who's a pro? Mortismal Gaming, already 100% Star Wars Outlaws. Mortismal is not human. Mortismal's not human. I don't like Railgunner. Engineer Chad's. Engineer's fucking dope. Let's play, let's play Merc. Let's play Merc. Mercenary got a new skin with the dead set. I didn't know that. Okay, I gotta remember my buttons here. Okay. Can I see what my abilities are from here? I don't think I can. I forgot what the combo is. It's this, and then this breaks my crit spot, and my shift. No, shift sets the crit spot, isn't it? Or no. I'm gonna be real. Artificer's the one that I never understood. I don't know why. I don't know why. Artificer's kind of tough. God, I'm getting fucking smoked up real quick. I need something for healing. Oh no, 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 my base attack does it. Okay. It's these motherfuckers that are the bane of the mercenary at the start. What? Not when I wanted to get watched, but that's okay. Who here has ever fallen, taken, or who here has taken fallen damage and then like immediately broken their watch immediately after getting it? I've done that I don't know how many fucking times. Gain damage after killing enemies in quick succession. Well, that's really good for this character. Her flamethrower is actually the key to using her well. Buffalo Run. How'd you hit me with that shit? Cheating. I shouldn't have turned the turret on. Stupid. I thought it was a chest. I didn't see it. Rose Buckler. This is for the whites. I don't really want to change any whites right now. Bro. I didn't even realize I was on a new stage, and all of a sudden, like, I heard the fucking that fucking chug kick in, and I'm like, what is that? Fucking dude. How do you just only make good soundtracks? How is it every song in this game is as good as it is? It's actually kind of unfair to the rest of the gaming industry. I'm gonna be real with you. It's actually kind of fucked up that they do this to people. Give me something good. Splits incoming damage. Kind of boring. 2 wish shrines over on the other side. It's also where there's a buy over there as well. All right, let's see if we can get lucky here. I hope I can get more shifts. More shifts would be really nice. More shifts would be very nice, actually. We get. Come on. Oh, I missed it. Ah, fuck. Damn it. I tried to get it. I tried to get it, man. Slowed reaction time. Oh, fuck. I did it again. God damn it. Damn. I'm just gonna be real with you guys. I'm not very good with that. I'm not very good with that. It's not my strong suit. What is this? Deal extra damage at lower health. Well, I mean, that'll kind of come in handy if I fucking break my watch, which I probably will at one point. Knowing me. Gotcha, motherfucking face. But now all you guys want to spawn real quick. Chris is a god? Yeah, he's fucking insane. Yeah, I'm not really good with the gambling ones, sadly. I wish I was. I wish I had the reaction time for it. I do not. Instead, I got, what, 2 relatively garbage. I mean, the extra money one isn't too bad. That kind of comes in handy. Gamba. Nice. Gamba. Nice. Big Gamba. Remote controller. I'll be honest, like remote control kind of it sucks, but it's saved me a couple of times before. Holy shit! Holy shit! Never mind. All the luck was it just went to one. It just that's it. We just had to wait for it. We got what we needed, baby. That's how it works. You know what I mean? Winners win. Winners win. Where are you at? There you are. Got something for you. All my attacks explode, motherfucker. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. Man. Let's hope that this is not a cursed run. That's all I gotta say. You know, you're only a loser until you're winning. That's how gambling works. I fucking hate this thing. Imagine if I got, whatchamacallit, there's another Gamba Shrine across the way. I might actually go try to grab that real quick. Imagine if I ended up getting some, ammo clips. There's one time, actually it's probably more than one time. There's a couple times that I've gotten to the point with the Merc where I literally could just use my secondary and I would just like teleport attack everything and never have to worry about. Oof, 2 watches would be really nice. Let's hope I never get hurt. Didn't I see one over here? I did, yeah. Come here. Gamba. Gamba. Big Gamba. Uh-oh. 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 165. Might have to pass on this one. My luck ran out. I'll try to see if I can get the 165 super quick. I might be able to do that. Come on. Nah, nothing's gonna come over here. Luck has run out. Yeah. Yeah, I guess getting a legendary off another shrine is a little bit too much. Pushing it a little bit too far, right? Pushing it a little bit too far. All right. I love the soundtrack in this place too. What does the horn do? I don't remember. I don't have greens. I have whites to turn in anyway, so I'm not worried about that. Thank you for coming to join me, guys. Does anybody remember what the horn does? Is it a healing item or what? Boost attack speed after activating equipment. Oh, there it is. I was like, didn't I see a chest over here somewhere? Yo. Fuck yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be real. This is actually kind of... I'm not gonna say it. The minute I say something, I'm gonna fucking curse it. It's gonna happen. We're a fucking damaged machine right now. We're a fucking damaged machine, dude. What the fuck? Okay. We just have to keep it fast. We can't fucking lag behind. We're gonna end up getting the fucking ha anyway. A little extra health ain't buddy. Dude. Oh god, it feels so nice to just eat. Oh, it feels so nice to just delete them. Oh, that. We're gonna recycle them. We're gonna recycle them. Might wait to recycle after. Let's see what we get out of these first. Yep, recycle. Keep. What we got going on here? I'm not seeing any cases on this side. What do we want to get rid of? Think faster. No. Now we just gotta hope we get lucky and we find a buy that has. I'll hold on to the steak. Why not? Not a bad thing to have. Now we just gotta hope we get lucky and we find like a mocha machine or a glasses machine or something like that we can just like stack up on super hard. Gun's not terrible. I don't even know what these things even do. Splits incoming damage. What does that even mean? It obviously doesn't mean that I only take half damage. Is it like you take some now and some later? Potions will save my watch, so keeping one of those isn't too bad. Damn. Oh, I got smoked. Is I'm good? Shield generator's not bad. Not bad. We need some defense. We need some defense. Honestly, I wouldn't be upset if I found like a Teddy machine. Oh, I skipped a box over there. What the fuck, chat? Why don't you say something? Just so you know, I think the item that you picked up literally makes Mithrac's third phase unkillable. Oh, the half damage one? Okay, then I'll throw it in the recycler before we leave. Yeah, there's certain items that it's not very healthy for you to try to bring those to Mithrax. Shuriken has never been a good one. I could definitely see how like damage halving could fuck up, especially because people said that like patch has been, or the update's been kind of bugged. So if that's the case, yeah, bring like a bugged item is probably not a good idea, huh? I'm surprised. I don't know, I'm probably getting greedy. And got plenty of loot out of this place, to be honest with you. All right, let's do this real quick. We could use some more movement as well. This one. Do I want to get rid of anything else? No, not really. I think everything else is fine. I'll keep the potion because it'll save the markers. Oh, poor child. He hasn't seen the bugs yet? No, I haven't ran into it yet. Not that I know of, at least. I could always just blame every time I die on bugs that I say is there, but it's not actually real. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Hold on, I gotta feed the cat so then that way he's not sitting in front of the screen and killing me. What the fuck? What the fuck? All right. Fun fact, in response to seeing the changed code, the main developer had to say, "My poor baby." I'm gonna be real. So like whatever happened with the game and whatever happened with the like the patch, like if there's like bugs and issues and shit like that, like obviously that's one whole other separate issue. But I will say this. Didn't the guys that make this sell it to Gearbox? Right? If I'm not mistaken. They sold their IP to Gearbox. Okay, well then they can go fuck themselves. My Poor Baby, you sold out, dog. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Like, and the thing is that like, it's kind of in bad taste for you to sell your IP to somebody else and then them to do a bad job with it, and then you to criticize it when you're the one that gave it up to them in the first place. Oh, My Poor Baby? Maybe you don't fucking sell your baby. I'm gonna be real, seeing comments like that coming from like the developers that sell their own IP and then like criticize what people do with it afterwards, like it's in poor taste, man. Like you don't have any room to stand or breathe on. Even if they do fuck it up, like, oh, so then you can play and look like the fucking good guy when it's your fault it's in their hands to begin with. I'm not saying that they need to be there like trying to fucking jerk them off or anything either. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that like maybe just probably keep your mouth shut about it. But it's in really fucking poor taste to come out and say some shit like that. My Poor Baby. Because at the end of the day, like you can criticize all you want and like the issues that they have and whatnot, but at the same time, like it's Gearbox that fucked up, right? It's Gearbox that fucked up, not the folks that were trying to make the game. If it's an issue that it was in the oven too long, or if it was an issue that it didn't come out like prepared, you know, that's a Gearbox problem. That's not a dev at the fucking desk problem, right? But seeing that the code was changed and things like that, like that's a management issue, homie. And plus on top of that, as players, we don't have the fucking context. We don't know, you know, how well the records and, you know, developer documentation, stuff like that was kept and whatnot like that. Who knows if he actually even left it in the right kind of state for them to continue it or continue on with it the way that it needed to be continued with. They were diplomatic though, never bragged or criticized the fact that they believe the direction. In fact, they believe the direction of the game is headed is good. But then why would, like, if they believe that the direction of the game is good, then why would they be talking about My Poor Baby when they change the code? I mean, granted, like the thing is that chances are, especially because the game was made by indie developers in the first place, I mean, people fucking have different ways of developing games. Likely, like whatever they did originally just didn't make sense to them and they changed it. I don't know. Who fucking knows, to be honest. Very few times have I worked for a company and like took over from a boss that, you know, took off, like, you know, I became a manager or I became I took over a leadership role and did it the same way as the guy before me. 9 times out of 10, you change everything. It's just, you do what you're comfortable with. My view of Gearbox specifically is that Gearbox is a company that's made a lot of fucking games that I really love. They made a lot of games that I really love, but at the same time, they have some management issues. They have some straight up fucking leadership problems at that company, and writer problems as well. Luckily, this game doesn't need any writing. You know what the thing is? I don't understand why people are also making it like it's a Gearbox L that Borderlands was bad. Like, it's bad for the brand, but it has nothing to do with them. You know what I mean? Like, it has nothing to, like, Randy Pitchford wasn't there, or like Gearbox wasn't the one like writing the script. Ooh. I feel like it has to be credit card, right? I feel like I need to take the discount card. Anything else would be a sell. Oh, no. Oh, thank God I had that bottle. Please die. Uh-oh, I'm fucked. Time it. Nope. I'm gonna take this. I don't know what it is. I need something to help me. I fucked up. I thought I killed it, but I didn't. No, it's gonna get away. It's gonna get away. No. Get your ass back here, little motherfucker. I see you. Collapse is so stupid strong. Bro, it's fucking busted. It's so, like, it's so overpowered. It's always been that way, too. It's never not been that way. It's so overpowered against you, but it's so underpowered against everything else. Like, I mean, it's not bad, and it can ramp, but it doesn't ramp nearly as hard as it does on enemies. Like, especially once you get to, like, later difficulties, like, that thing will just fucking fold your ass in one shot. And it's not going to change with the way they did it. Yeah, it's been like that since it's been there. Missiles? You really think so? Yeah, it's probably a better way to go, to be honest. Like, who's to say I'm actually gonna get enough, like, shop shrines anyway? Thanks for keeping me responsible. So to be honest with you, I feel like I have plenty of damage already. And then there's a shop right here. I immediately blame Shatter. I could have got bleed for cheap. I could have got bleed for cheap. Instead, I just got some fucking mist. Bye. Where's the next one at? More lollipops? Oh, there it is. I don't mind these. I don't know. We'll see what they are. Sometimes you get really lucky and you get something really good. I don't have Teddy. Fuck it. Just fully negate damage every once in a while. Kind of worth it, to be honest. I don't even have a Teddy to begin with, so I'm not worried about it. If I already had a couple Teddys, then I wouldn't get it. But because I think like Teddy by like regular Teddy by itself is better. That's just a me thing, though. What if this ends up being like a fire shop right here? I can't tell what it is. Is that fucking Mocha? Shut the fuck up. God. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're getting fucking caffeined up, boys. Rip watches? Watches are still fine. Aren't they? Or did they break? Oh, we're fucking juiced. We're fucking juiced. I actually can't tell. Oh, they are broken, aren't they? That sucks. I can recycle the watches if I find a trash can, though, can't I? A recycler? If I find one, that is. I don't remember what Corpse Bloom does. I do remember that those items are fucking dangerous to pick and that I should be very careful if I take one. What does Corpse Bloom do? Dark necklace. There's a buy on that side. They defense. They def broke. Def broke what? Oh yeah. I do not remember the function of the void items. Where is the shrine? Oh, good thing it's over here. I missed one of my fucking focus. Oh no. Just kidding. You're fucking nothing. You're fucking nothing, dude. You're fucking nothing. I'm falling. Where you at, Construct? Grass down here. No! Motherfucker! God damn it. Samurai, bitch. Oh, after you use your... Oh, okay, more attack speed. I don't really need attack speed, to be honest, but whatever. Corpse Bloom gives you 100% healing, but over time. Oh, so you just don't get any more instant healing anymore. The Corpse Bloom is actually kind of good then, right? Would that be worthwhile for me to take? Is it just consistent healing that I get? I don't want to break myself. I have some really good shit right now. I'll leave it. Bye. How do I feel after having one coffee? What is that? Fuck. I can't remember which one that is. I forgot what scythe is. Oh, it's a new red? Hmm. Is this mushroom? I think it is. Don't get it, it's trash. I got unlucky with the items away from me, sadly. Usually got movement speed. Like no shot, right? No shot. No shot. There's a legendary on this map too, right? Might still be here. It can appear in 3 places, right? Up in the top of the tree, up down there, but down there, and where else? What are you doing? Oh, you're gonna try heal? Yeah, that's gonna work. Actually, it's gonna work. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Holy shit. You are not who I need over here. I thought I was gonna smoke him and he almost fucking killed me. That was close. Good thing I thought quick. There's a lot of big boys around here. No. Only one more place it could be. Have I picked up a yellow? No. That would have been a really nice one to get, though. Yeah, the cliffside over here, I think it is also another chance you can find it. Looks like a big no. That's okay. We'll make our way anyway. Big money. Garbage. Yeah, because I always thought it was like on a mushroom or something that was over on this side. Nope. Stay away. I hate those things so fucking much. This really is like, it has to be in like probably my top 10 favorite games of all time. It's so fucking good, dude. It's such a vibe. Like, it's such a fucking vibe. Like, it rides this line between stressful, frantic, and then just chilling. I think that's the best way for me to describe it. Like, you're fucking freaking out. No, 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 no. And then other times you're like, your brain is, it's gone. Your brain is completely turned off. You don't even know where you are anymore. I don't really have any whites I want to get rid of anymore. I lost a couple of my good whites when I traded in for that fucking one thing. Crit healing. What the fuck? Asshole. Well, we're moneyed up. Let's try to get a couple more items and get the fuck out of here. That was scary. It was scary, actually. Gamba item? Yeah, this could either go really well or really bad. Go whatever direction it wants, honestly. Alright. Is there anything hiding down here? Yep, there was. Alright, we'll grab one more item and we'll head to the exit. What do you got? What do you got? Gasoline. Gasoline. Gasoline's actually really nice. I love how mid to like mid, yeah, I'd probably say like mid game. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Anything good? I like the Sommering. Didn't I grab a? I guess it died already. I like how mid to late game mercenary is literally just like never touch the ground. What the fuck happened there? Nope. Fuck out of here, kid. I thought I saw two of them. I guess not. Oh, y'all are on fire. That ain't good, dude. That ain't good, dude. I guess I didn't miss any. Oh, there's an item right in there. I don't know if it's an item or what it is. Just 2 spots. There's that. What is that? Can I click it? No? What's that? Fuck off. I'm gonna be real. Those are like my most hated enemies in the entire game. Those fucking suiciders suck. They suck so much. What is that? Oh, it's a flamethrower. That's good. Go away. Have you checked the cave underneath? I like looked at it. I didn't really go in it though. I'm not worried about that. What was this over here that I missed? Oh, it was just a turret. We're good. I can take a look at it because I'm about to run past it over here anyway. Alright, alright, alright. Good eye. Good eye. Good eye. Good eye. I'm not gonna complain about that. That was a good pull too. I will pass on new DLC. Why? I mean, if it's not something you want to play. The branch on the cliff side at the bottom. This is equipment. I think I'm good on equipment right now. Man, it's been so long since I played. It's been so long since I played this. Probably a year or more. What the fuck is that? Where are you going? Well, I mean, isn't it the same way as the other DLCs where like technically even if you don't have the DLC, if one of your friends has the DLC, you can still like go to the missions, you just can't unlock the stuff. I'm pretty sure that's how it was in the older DLC. These are new. Oh god. Man, it'd be so sick to have a fucking hunting rifle. I fucking love getting this. I love getting his companion. What the fuck happened? That's for killing the child? What was... I don't even know what the child was. How'd you die again? I don't know. I just teleported and I was dead. I know that I had this one item. I had this. It says on low health, explode and teleport a short distance away, but I just died. And then it just teleported my corpse. Like I was completely fine, and actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think I just came out of my my attack animation, and then it I just died. Spawn rates are tied to frame rate now. Good FPS, pain and suffering. I've heard it's also isn't like damage instances tied to frame rate as well. So like you getting hit is also tied to your frame rate. So if your frame rate's higher, you get hit more. Well, I mean, it's not randomly teleporting, but it's the item that it says on low health, explode and teleport away a short distance. I'm good. My health is all good, and I'm just dead. Yeah, I wasn't even in its attack either. Like, and actually, if you see, my health bar is right here. I was at fucking full health. I was at full health, and I'm like standing on this backside right here. I was losing health. Maybe it was a dot. And then it looks like I got hit here. Huh. I don't know. Bell killed me? Oh, is that what it said? So I just didn't see the bell. Fuck the bell, dude. God. That's my second most hated enemy in the game. I fucking hate the bell, because the bells get overpowered so quick. Huh, that's crazy. Okay. Oh, try it again. Try it again. We probably won't get as lucky as we did last run. Fucking what, 3 legendaries? Clover and the fucking explosive. I forgot how that ability worked. I just like got up into the air and like stood there and I'm like, what the fuck's happening here? Where'd that chest go? Oh, it's right here. Rare beads. Item store experience and item set sprint removal. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm gonna play like shit for a little bit because I don't remember. I haven't played this one in a long time. I haven't played Risk of Rain in a long time in general either. Wrong ability. I meant to do that. Okay, let's get moving. Oh. Nothing. Come back to it a year or so. Yeah, I usually just like I take a break from like certain games. I don't play them a whole lot. Like once I feel like once I'm like content, you know what I mean? Where I'm like, yeah, you know, I've done about everything I need to in this game. I usually walk away from it. Let's take the movement speed. Yeah, we'll definitely take an extra boss. Those rose bucklers? Is that what that is? We'll take the random. What we got? A little defense. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I don't really need the extra money. Pretty good on that. That's really nice to have. Now we just need to get some glasses. We're fucking chilling. Yeah, that run ain't happening again, sorry. Yeah, no, it's definitely not happening again. That shit was crazy. Does that not work like that? Or do you have to do it in like combination with your ultimate? I just have to summon the boss. I think we pretty much juiced this place, looks like. Oh, there we go. Ooh, there we go. Corpse Bloom ruins burst healing, which can murder runs that kind of rely on that healing. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm just not a fan of any of the lunar stuff at all. Maybe it's because I can't wrap my tiny brain around it. I don't know, but for some odd reason, They're just nothing. It never made sense to me, and I always avoid the items because they almost always break my run. Ow! Fuck you, piece of shit. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Oh, I'm gonna die. Yeah. I probably shouldn't have took 2 bosses when I haven't played as her in a while. Oh yeah, you were probably way behind in the stream. Okay, what is his abilities again? Stun shot, regular shot, and extra damage. Okay. Or is it the rapid shot as my stun shot? I fucked it up right there. Could have been within range before I try to use that. I always wish you could mark multiple things. Always nice to have. You get enough focusing crystals and you're fucking cooking. In some cases, I actually like focusing crystals more than watches, because at least focusing crystals won't break. Obviously, focusing crystals different. It like widely depends on. Can I break that thing? What is that? This place is pretty cool. I haven't seen this place yet. It's like a wrecked ship. Halcyon Shrine. Oh, that's the thing where I actually just got to pick stuff and fight stuff. That was good. How pissed are these lizards? I'm not even looking at them and I'm not even getting hit by their shit. fucking cooking right now. Oh man, you know what I kind of want to have for dinner tonight? I kind of want a sandwich, like a good, just like a sub, like a nice sub or something. I don't know. Am I losing HP? What the fuck is hitting me? This motherfucker right here. I'm really surprised this thing hasn't ended yet. Holy shit, I've killed so much stuff. How many things do I gotta kill? We're done? No? I feel like the shrine takes too long. I guess I don't know how much money you have to feed it to get it to fill up. Like with this many enemies, I would have already looted the stage. They should probably rebalance this. Holy shit, I forgot I had a boss. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Nope, stay the fuck away. If I can get rid of him, we should be okay. What the fuck? We're in trouble, guys. We're in trouble. Everything was going so well until it wasn't going well. Come on, hook it up. That's something better than nothing. We need to run. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Damn. Transcendence is one of those that can be good depending on the survivor, if I recall. I like Commando, but the problem is with Commando is that he's a slow ramp. Like, he's a lot more fun later. He's just not very fun at the very beginning. Do I want to do the shrine again? I don't know if I do. I feel like I'd have a much easier time doing the shrine with him anyway. Not really seeing any cases. Might as well. Oh, I see how it works. Okay. I see how it works. Almost filled. One more wave. One more wave and we'll have it. Strong boy. Yeah, no, like, fucking smoked me. Smoked my ass. I didn't have a chance. Honestly, it's better to take this now than it is to take it like midway through. Especially if we spawn some enemies. Bro, please? Something of a little higher value, maybe? There we go. Still not full, huh? Yeah, they need to lower the limit on these. It's just too long. And for like garbage rewards too. Like none of this is good. It's like so not worthwhile. These just need to be rebalanced entirely. Holy shit, it takes way too long to do and the rewards are like fucking garbage. Like sometimes you can get lucky and get good rewards out of it. I realize that it's also for like the Halcyon portal as well, but still. Secondary skill increases primary's next shot. Can I get like something fucking worthwhile out of this stage? Otherwise, I'm like fucking cooked. Already had enough bad luck at this map. Some fucking movement would be really fucking stellar. Some movement would be pretty nice about now. I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, 30 bucks. Anybody got 30 bucks? Anybody got 4 bucks? Rusted key. Uh-oh. I see two things that I can hit after this. I'm not gonna spawn the boss now. I'm not gonna really get it much stronger than what I am. I'm just cooked here. The problem with the engineer is like one of those ones where he's like, it seems like on the outside looking in, ribs sound like fire. Dude, ribs do sound fire. Man, barbecue in general sounds like fucking so good right now. There used to be one of those like barbecue places that was close by, but they closed down. Where you just go in and just get like, you know, like a barbecue plate of food. They would do like they do like 3 meats and 2 sides, mac and cheese, mashed potatoes, fucking pulled. I would usually get like pulled pork. They would do this like sausage that's really good too. What else would they do? They would do, that is not what I want over there. All right, I'm gonna go up. I go up on this side. I usually get that. I would get some brisket and some there's a couple other things that I usually pick out, like yum and eat that. I mean, the whites that I got were shit. Fucking trade them in. Well, the whites I got aren't bad. It's everything else that's bad. Ribs, pulled pork, and a slide. Oh, slice it. Yeah. Big fan of chicken. Big chicken fan right here. Not getting a run like that, everybody says. Not getting a run like that. That's not ever gonna happen ever again, Mr. Strimmer. Mr. Strimmer, you're never gonna enjoy life again. You only get one chance to enjoy your life. That's it. I missed this one. Ooh, piece of candy. All right, let's get out of here. It's in the name, boys and girls. Legendary drops. That's what we get on this channel. We get the loot. We get the fucking loot, baby. Getting reds again. That's right. That's right. I don't have any movement. Movement would also be quite legendary. Movement would be quite legendary. No dice on that, but, you know, whatever. And honestly, like, Hammer is kind of fucking busted for Engineer. Hammer's really good for Engineer, actually. Hey, perfect. This thing, I don't know what, I don't understand it, so I'm getting rid of it. Slow. I don't know, I guess the other ones are fine for now. What do you want? Go away. I mean, now my turrets, now not only do my turrets remove their armor, but they also slow enemies and like continually remove armor every time they hit. So like, I mean, it's pretty nice, man. It's pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. I can't complain about that shit. It'd be really fucking nice if I could find. Probably not a bad idea. Move on. Anyone know how to down patch this game? My mod just gone. Lamau. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Can you? Can you? I actually still cannot believe that they sold this IP. It still blows my mind. I remember when they first sold it, and I'm like, I get it, dude. Like, you cashed in. You fucking cashed in. But also, damn. Like, damn. Come on, man. Let me get some movement speed, please. A Hopu feather would be like really nice. That's not what we wanted. That's also not what we wanted. Oh, God. I mean, I'll take it, I guess. It's not really what I want either, but something's better than nothing. What are these? I don't remember what these ones do. I'll look at it again. Oh, it quick charge. I wonder if that works for God, really? Double firework? Isn't there... I have to end up hitting the recycler before I leave again. The team that worked on the DLC is good, at least the art team. Yeah, I mean, like, there's obviously some mistakes were made. Obviously, some mistakes were made. Yep, I was right. There was one here. Anything else I want to get rid of out of here? No, I guess it's probably good. How do you feel about the DLC? I think like the music's really cool. I really like the a couple of the enemies that I've seen. I haven't seen the boss yet. I died because I suck. But well, I don't really suck. I died because I think the game killed me, and not in like a fair way. I think the game just like straight up killed me. I think that the art design's really cool. I think that the music is absolutely fucking S tier as always. But if I had to tell somebody like, hey, should you buy it? Just because it has issues right now, what I would say is probably hold off, listen to the music on YouTube, support the original artist for the music, and like wait for the DLC to get patched and fixed up a little bit. I haven't ran into too many issues, but when you're seeing that many people that are complaining about it, you know, usually when there's smoke, there's fire, right? So it's probably worthwhile just to like vibe, chill, wait for the patches to come through, and then after that, then you go and jam it out. What the fuck is the goddamn? I don't know where the boss portal is. Well. Not mad. Definitely not mad. Hell yeah. Hells to the yeah. And I found the boss portal. Isn't Bomb Shaker really good with turret? Aren't sticky bombs really good with the... I can't remember if it's sticky bombs that are good with turret, or maybe I should just probably take the hoof. Oh, that's right. Yeah, when they I do have a credit card. You're right. We take it all out. We're Costco guys. Of course we buy everything on the shelf. What was I gonna say? Yeah, no, if for anybody that's like wanting to play it, I mean, like, you can just be patient about it. It is what it is. I saw the regional pricing thing. That was a mistake from what I understand. They already changed it or already working on fixing it, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm pretty sure they've already said that they're working on fixing it if they haven't already fixed it. It's 3 a.m. already? Man, holy shit. Have a good night. Not 3 a.m. for me. I went to the as soon as they saw the reviews, they changed that. I don't think it had anything to do with it's not. So something that I've seen people accuse is that is that Gearbox was trying to charge a higher price, but the reviews called them out. So then they changed it because of the reviews. I don't think that's what the case is. Because when companies want to make money, they just ignore the reviews. I don't give a fuck. Go for it. Did you guys see how when everybody negatively when everybody review bombed Helldivers 2, did you see all those 180 countries get access back? No. Just accidentally sell the DLC for 6 times the base price. Well, that seems a little bit outrageous for them to just to not do that by accident. That's my point. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense why they were so rushed. When haven't they? How long have they been working on this DLC? If I'm not mistaken, they changed it, what, the day after the release or something like that, or a day of it? I can't remember. Because when they change it, they have to wait for it to go through Steam system. A year? They've been working on it for a year? Yeah, they just didn't lower it to match the region. That was what the problem was. That's what it was. So the thing is that, like, actually, you know what the funny thing is? You know what the funny thing is? You look at it like this. If people are mad at them for the price thing, at least they actually do fucking regional pricing. Most developers don't. I don't think Ubisoft does. Or Activision, for that matter. Indie developers do, though. Who are they owned by now? They're owned by Take-Two, aren't they? But they're not a part of Embracer, if I'm not mistaken. They're not a part of Embracer anymore. Any respectful gamer doesn't see Ubisoft as a developer. Yeah, I would have to kind of agree with that. The last Ubisoft game I bought was The Division 2. Anything that they've made past then, I haven't been interested in at all. Not even in the fucking slightest. How much are these? Okay, I think we're balling now. All right, let's go get some loot, baby. You know, somehow they're still making money. Well, because I'm gonna be honest with you guys, like the vast majority of people that buy video games, let's say like it's probably not, we'll say it's like probably 75 to 80%, are just like straight up fucking consumers, dude. Like they don't like they're not they're not critically thinking about whether or not they do or don't like something. That like none of that shit. Like 90% of the things that gamers concern themselves with, sadly enough, the mass market has no fucking interest. They don't give a shit. They don't even notice it. The only thing that I can say is that you can see some areas in which there is a general market or wider market, like wider market shifts, and that stuff actually is from like general unrest. I think the best way for me to say it is that like they may not be into the conversations, so like they're not like watching videos and stuff like that or watching live streams and shit, but they do, like, you know, just slowly but surely feel like certain games or the games that they play are just not as fun anymore, and then as a result you start seeing other games that would normally be less likely to pop off super hard. And I think that really does come down to the fact that when you see like games like Baldur's Gate 3 and stuff like that start to like hit mass market appeal, like that's a sign of something changing. That is a sign of things changing. What the fuck? Flying cow. Do the devs that made this game even make games anymore at all? Oh, I fucked up. I'm dead. Oh, God. Thank God. So they just sold the IP and that was it. All right, we got enough money. We can find a couple more chests and then tap the node. No dice. What about up top? We're way too late on this guy. Right? Yeah. More movement speed. Always a big winner on this guy. I mean the drones are pretty hard. I'm gonna say drones. Drones are gonna work out better in the long run. What am I doing? Why wouldn't I just take everything? Grab this and tap the boss node. I have too many channel points. Must emote my, or change my emotes for giggles. Yeah, can't you do like custom emotes and stuff like that or something? That's not what I wanted to do. Take some extra defense though. Dune Strider. I always really like their enemy design in this game too. Though the buffaloes don't really make a lot of sense and also piss me off and have killed me more than a handful of times. Okay, so I almost got deleted by something and I don't know what it was. Taking the drones is a great idea. How the fuck did you get all the way up there? Squish emotes? That's funny. Look for an equipment drone to grab the drones too. Yeah, that's smart. Oh, I like this one. I won't be able to do this one the way that I want to do it because I'm not very strong right now. I can try though. I'll probably die in the process. try and die. If I die, it's gonna be those suicider things that kill me, by the way. Like 110. Am I tripping? Or did the eggs not spawn?
レジェンダリードロップインザハウス 4&3&2&1&2&3&4 フライングアラウンドゴーゴーゴーゴージャンプ&ゲットパワーアップスドロップダットレジェンダリードロップを
Thanks for the 20. Jesus Christ. Jesus. I'm realizing like how much TTS can be abused by you people and it's not fucking good. Unreal. I'm gonna go try to find the other eggs. Just try to fucking pretend like that didn't happen. It's always so funny to hear. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, teddy bear. There's no... Okay. There must be only a couple more eggs left. We got that one. There's some more up here, too. Alright. Now the question is... Will we be able to survive this? If we can survive it, we get a really good item. We get a very good item. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Damage heals. Damage heals. Damage heals. Alright. Oh, they can actually kill my turret. That sucks. I thought I had enough HP where it wouldn't matter. Oh my god. Why are there multiple, like, healers? Is that necessary? Was it necessary to spawn that many healers? I don't think it was, honestly. I'll be real with you guys. I don't think it was. I don't think it was necessary at all. God, we need damage. We need damage. Then again, I recognize that like these guys are usually like a really, like they're pretty strong. They changed the skin on this? They usually didn't used to look like this, I thought. Uh-oh. That hurt. I didn't realize I was standing on it. Oh, isn't that just a shield? Yeah. Okay. I'm dead, aren't I? Probably too much. Yep. Oh. I was saved by something. Then I get blown up by a suicider. God damn it. Damn it, man. I just didn't have the damage. It took way too long. It was taking way too long to kill. Time to kill there was terrible. W game right there. That's right. That's right. You can play Bandit. Yeah, that teleport item sucks. Honestly, don't bother with AWU and try to get another stage 4. Yeah. Let's do Bandit. Bandit's fucking strong. Bandit was always a go-to. Enemies? Enemies? Anything? Oh, that's right. What do you get? What do you get for killing an enemy with your pistol? Finishing an enemy with your pistol? It makes it stronger, right? The more times you do it in a row. Well, I'm getting stacks. I think it increases its damage, if I'm not mistaken. One resets cooldown, the other is stacking damage, buff for the stage. Yeah, I think that's what I have on it right now, is stacking buff. Ooh. Ooh. I might have to go with this. I probably should have took attack speed, to be honest, but I think this should be fine. Don't you love that when you second guess your choice immediately after making the choice? When in the moment you were like, definitely this, and then you choose something else. I don't want this. Oh, I do. That actually would have been good, because that works with bleed. Ah, whatever. Yeah, damage buff for the ability. You get a choice. You can make it one or the other. Isn't that how it works? It looks like I have a damage buff on it right now. It ends up being really strong. Like, if you use it right, by the end of a stage, it can be pretty strong. Nice. Nice, okay. Definitely. Yes. If I can get some crit, hemorrhage actually might work out really well. If I can get crit. Steady all day. Watch? What do I lose? Oh, I already have one of these. You son of a bitch. Oh, we know where the boss stage is. We'll look around just one more second, and we'll move on. I really like this stage, actually. This is a really cool starter stage. I actually would kind of like to loop through this place just to see what spawns here later. Fuck that up. We'll grab the boss after this. There it goes. When taking damage, chance to trigger enemy debuffs apply bleed. Yeah. Come on. There we go. Oh yeah, Ocular HUD all day. Are you kidding me? Ocular HUD increases my crit chance to 100%, right? Yeah. So I can HUD hemorrhage and then go to town. I get double hemorrhage. This game looks like when you are looking at through smudgy glasses. I don't know. I like the way the game looks. Personally. Not everybody's taste is the same. Holy shit. Okay. We got ourselves a little combo going on right here. We got ourselves a little combo going on. Yeah, that was pretty dirty. I didn't even do it that fast, to be honest. I could have gone a little faster than that. Fucking deleted him. Now we just need to get some healing. Probably some attack speed, movement speed. Maybe some actual movement would be nice too. One of the more successful cell shaded, yeah. I actually really like cell shaded games. Personally, I wish there was more of them. 'Cause I think they hold up better over time. Oh, dude. Ah, whatever. We'll keep the steak. That's fine. Definitely want the extra boss damage. We got a building? We do. We do. Oh, there's some of these over here. I wish I would have saw that already. Yeah, okay. I mean, Shuriken's gonna kind of fucking suck if I get or when I get to the boss, but I might be able to cycle it out before then. Where else do we have shit at? I don't see anything up here. I missed. A little late there. Nice. Anything else I want to get rid of? What is this extra card? I guess I probably could have kept that. That really wouldn't have been that bad to hold on to. Not that big of a deal though. Yeah. It sucks. Okay. Damage reduction. Mitigation's always good to have. More mitigation, like it. I haven't seen the boss stage yet. Desk over here. Doesn't look like it's over there. Maybe it's back. Maybe it's by over here. You? Uh-oh. Fuck you. One of my most hated fucking enemies this entire game. On later stages, like on like, you know, when you're in like ha 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 ha, like those, they will literally just delete your ass if you don't have something to like instantly block or like blocked by like a pretty like sizable percentage. They will just smoke your ass. Kazan's gonna be dope. What is Kazan? Oh, that's the barbarian or berserker game, right? First berserker, that's what it is, yeah. We got another red, but sadly it's not a great one. I mean, it's good, it just depends on which build. I don't think it really works for me right now. Looks gritty for being cell shaded. Yeah, it kind of is. Bro, where is the fucking exit? Gotta be over here. Like a cave over on this side or something. Am I tripping? Oh, there it is. I see the shimmer. I see it. I see that light at the end of the tunnel. I'm gonna smash this boss into pieces. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Stone Titan again, huh? Oh, I fucked up. Still fucking murdered his ass, though. Hey LD, first time on your live stream. Wishing you the best. Thank you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. You know, we're just hanging out playing Risk of Rain. I will say this, you know, we've been playing for like 3 or 4 hours or something like that. You would think with the way that people have been acting about it, well, I'm not saying there's no issues. There's definitely issues. With the way that you would see people talking about it, you'd think the game is fucking broken and unplayable. What's left? Is there an enemy? Shit, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh, thank God. Thank God for the potions. So I lost my watch. Oh, I didn't lose my watch. Going to lose my watch when I try to go through here. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oof. These two guys drop big money, so there must be an enemy somewhere. There is a possessed enemy somewhere upon this map. Blighted map. What do we got? I kind of want to keep my crit, honestly. Those would be good if I still had, if I had some white ones, but Need to get rid of that as soon as I can. I should have picked it up. To walk away from it. You motherfucker. Time to run through the void seed. Yeah. I guess having the drone with me isn't that bad. It's pretty helpful. What's this? I don't know. I don't remember what this does. Gain damage after killing enemies in succession. Okay. Go grab this down here, and I'll click that a couple more times. This. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Nice. 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 Okay. All right. No problems there. No problems there. Hey, 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 hey. Fucking chill out. What else did I want to get rid of? This. Everything else is good. Wrong button. Right. Some more movement speed would be really nice. I noticed I noticed all your Iron Maiden shirts in your videos. I'm wondering if you're a fan too. I mean, it'd be kind of awkward if I was buying fucking Maiden shirts and I didn't actually listen to them. It'd be a little weird. I still think that, like, Bruce Dickinson is one of the most interesting people in all of music. Like, university level history teacher turned fucking metal musician, and I think he actually still teaches too. Like, I think he still like teaches in between tours and shit. This is crazy. How's the game? It's good. Good. I haven't had any problems with it personally. How many do I have? I have 3. I mean, I'll take 1 just for a little extra sustain. Not a big deal. Having at least 1 of most things, as long as they're like helpful things and not helpful things, is always a good thing. Certain things it's good to stack. Not everything. You don't need to stack everything. Because everything has kind of like a soft cap and a hard cap. So you kind of want to pay attention to, like, you know, it's almost better to get like a kind of like a, like, not a super spread out inventory, but like a, you know, just a good diversity of stuff. Like, especially when it comes to like damage stuff. So like me having the damage crystal, the ammo, and a watch. That alone of those 3 in a combo, even though that they're not like super powered up or anything like that, is very, very useful. That is a very useful combo of items. All right. Oh, there's 2 void zones. That's why. I was like, why the fuck is this? Where's this other enemy I needed to kill? move on. I don't think that they should fuck with me, to be honest with you. I don't know if they're gonna. Ah, they'll follow, but it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Yeah, I just saw that. There's 2 void seeds. A Hopu feather would be really fucking nice. Like, genuinely, that would be very nice to have right now. No dice. No dice. Alright, let's go kill this other void field and then we'll start it up. Don't know if there's any of the void stuff that I would even want. The only things that I would actually crack is if they have those like 50/50s for like white and greens, or like regular items that you'll see on these every once in a while. Motherfucker really just negated my fucking pistol shot. You fucking asshole. There's another one over on the other side. There we go. You got these. I don't really care about those. What is this? I don't really think I want void items, to be honest. But I think the other side actually had like the other void stuff, if I'm not mistaken. It actually had like the 50/50 for white items. I don't know. I'm just gonna go ahead and summon the boss. Summon the boss. Oh shit. I need to take care of you. You're a fucking problem. I'm dead. I'm never gonna get anywhere in this game. I fucking fell asleep there. I forgot what his abilities were. I forgot he had the fucking chain and I forgot how much damage it did. Good lord. It takes a long while to knock the rust off, dude. I'm rusty. Super rusty. Grove Tender? I know. I tell you what, though, the minute that I saw him, you know, the first thing I think about is, like, how nice it'd be to be able to have, like, the fucking, the hunting rifle. That'd have been a nice moment to have a hunting rifle. Yeah, Grove Tender's a motherfucker. He's really good for the hunting rifle. Who else is really good for the hunting rifle? Getting the boss item off of... What's the big jellyfish one called? There's like the big jellyfish one, and then there's another one. The pot bros. Those guys as well. Those are really good for it. They're really, really good for it. You unlock modifiers that let you choose every drop. Oh, yeah. I mean, if I wanted to do, like, go the easy route, yeah, I could choose your items, right? But I like playing the game vanilla. You know what I mean? Like, I already have all the artifacts. Is that that's what you're talking about? but I have them all turned off. Monsters drop items on death, but chests no longer spawn. This one actually can be kind of fun sometimes. Monster spawns are doubled, but monster maximum health is halved. Swarm if you want more mobs. Yeah, Swarm. I actually, do you know what? I don't mind Swarm if I'm playing multiplayer. Multiplayer, it's completely fine. All right, we'll give it one more run. We'll do Bandit again. We'll do Bandit. We'll give Bandit another shot, but we'll turn an artifact on. We'll pick your own items. This will be the last one that I do anyway, so might as well make it a solid one. Let's take... And what? Dumbass. Now imagine if we get a red drop and I have this turned on. The jams are solid. What do I really want? Probably both. Probably dual bands. Probably, yeah. Sailfish is good early too. Sailfish. Is that a green item? Starfish. Chocolate starfish in the hot dog flavored water. What a weird ass thing to say. What the fuck is wrong with that guy? Got the other band after like my next green. Starfish, is that a new item? I don't think I've seen that before. Not really seeing anything else on the map. I'm probably just gonna move on. Ah, fuck, I picked the wrong band. What's going on with my aim? I guess there's actually two. I'm gonna go pick these up. Come on, finish. Alright. Just grab a couple more things. Hopefully get some movement speed. We'll pick up some movement speed real quick. What am I missing for my damage? Oh, there's 3 down here. Holy shit. Holy shit. Alright, movement speed. Do I take bleed? I don't know if I take bleed. Let's take some mitt. We'll take more damage. That was the one I needed. And probably some more mitigation. And we're looking pretty good going in the next stage. I mean, we're pretty much fucking lit up, right? Like we're looking pretty damn good right now. I think now we can probably start like really pushing into more damage. Probably more glasses. Probably glasses first. Some little bit more mitigation as well. Health specifically. Health specifically would probably be a good route to go. You can only unlock the place that has the other band if you have 2 players, right? Because you guys both have to stand on the 2 things at once unless you like move a base on top of it. Yeah. If I get lucky enough to find one that's next to a vase, then I'll put it on there. To a vase. I remember I had a build on him once where I had a void run, and I ended up putting a I ended up getting, like, I forgot what the void version's called, but you can get the oh man, you can get the void ammo is what it is. And I literally could just sit here and just pistol everything. Oh, it was fucking gross. It was so gross. It was so dumb. Oh yeah, bigger chest for double greens. Yeah, that's probably a better idea. I'm taking this. Because then I'll be able to pick a boss item. So now we're gonna go into Teddy's glasses. Where else am I gonna get a lot of my damage out of white? Gems? Stacking watches is kind of like I don't think it's a bad thing to do, but like it can be if you don't have like enough MIT to be able to support it. So I don't think it's like worthwhile to do right now. No. I don't know, man. Hold on a second. All right. We'll take. Let's get our other band. I could probably just go for stabby stabs, honestly. I don't know. Two boss items. Fucking, that was a 5-headed choice on my part doing this. Holy shit. Okay. I'm gonna say, oof. Pot to steal healing. I'm kind of torn. Electric, like the AoE electric. I forgot. What does the red egg do? Egg is bad late game. Okay. So let's take, we'll take this. Chance on hit to call down lightning strikes. Yeah, these are good. Flat healing. Which one's the... Oh, is that what it is? The egg is flat healing? Okay. Okay, hold off. Try to get the green box, big box. Look for the big boy. Let's look for the big chest. Nope, it's small. Might not be a big chest. That one's good. The green one works? I thought that was just healing. It's still a large one? Oh, okay. So right you are. Let's take... Probably hope. Okay. Never fucking mind. Never fucking mind. This is the reason why I don't like this. This is what, because I open it and I don't know what I want, especially when it's been this long since I've played and I don't remember like any of the items or anything like that. You know what I mean? Where I'm like sitting there, I'm like, ah, fuck. What do I want to pick? I don't know. I was like, oh, let's take a Hopu. Hopu would be really nice to be able to have. But is that really what I want right now? It's been a while. It's been too long. Oh, the egg is like 4 repulsion armor parts, but worse. Yeah. 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 Oh, good lord. At average risk of rain run right there. Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, nevertheless, I appreciate you guys sticking around, hanging out, and watching me fail horribly. There was a couple runs that were pretty solid. I think we actually did the one time. I think we actually got to the like the new end stage, but I died to the lightning strikes. I think we died to the lightning strikes. I think that's what it was. I think that was the new end stage because that place was completely different. There's like lightning striking down all the time. The expansion is like fucking, you know, Seekers of the Storm. I would imagine that's probably the boss fight that I was at, and I just didn't get to the boss. Hi. Nice to meet you. How are you doing? But, yeah. I mean, we gave it our all, right? We gave it our all. We gave it the best shot we could. Hi. Anyway, as my cat has come to say, one, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, stream did not fail today. It didn't fall apart, so we got lucky on that. I'm gonna get myself some dinner and enjoy the rest of my evening. I hope the rest of you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend and evening as well. We'll be picking this back up next week. I'm gonna hopefully I think I'm actually gonna be able to get another streaming day next week, so I should be able to stream 3 days rather than just 2. It just depends on how like scripting, writing, recording, all that stuff kind of goes. But outside of that, my friends, I hope you guys have a fantastic evening, fantastic rest of your weekend, and I will see you guys next time. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Say goodbye, kitty cat. That's really